Hi, Todd.
Well, good morning, everyone. And welcome to the August 23rd Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. I would like to call this meeting to order. Could we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Phillips, and Root Askew appearing in person, and Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. Are there any additions and corrections for closed session?
Yes, good morning, Chair Adams and supervisors. We actually have two urgency items that we'd like to add to closed session today. One is a matter of significant exposure to litigation, and the other is a potential initiation of litigation. So we'll need a motion, and this does require a 4/5 vote to add.
Thank you very much. Could I have a motion to add the additional urgency items to the closed session today?
So moved.
Oh, I'll second.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much for that. And now we will move forward. So we will be having closed session items 1A through H, and now we will add two additional items to that. Moving forward, is there any member of the public who would like to comment on the closed session agenda items today? I'm seeing no one come forward. Is there anyone online who wishes to raise their hand? Do you see anyone?
I see no hands raised.
Great. Thank you very much. So for that, we will close public comment and we will recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting as we move into closed session, and we will reconvene the meeting today at 10:30 a.m. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at 10:30.
Good start. Clerk's Mike.
She has a long one.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Mic 6, test 1, 2, 3.
Me.
Mic 10, 1, 2, 3. Mic 11, 1, 2, 3. Mic 12, 1, 2, 3. Staff mic 1, 1, 2, 3.
Diego's mic.
Staff 2, test 1.
Mic 1, mic 1.
Podium test 1, 2, 3.
Okay, calm down, everybody, calm down. Okay. Here he comes. Well, good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for today, August 23rd, 2022. And for many of you, it's nice to see everybody. We've been on recess for a bit. This is our first meeting back together again. And I'm happy to say that we have all of our supervisors present and accounted for. But just to be sure, perhaps we can do a roll call vote, a roll call.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Thank you so much. And now if we could please have our announcement from Mr. Cielos.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Diego Celis. Seré el intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y lo suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretar. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Celis. And as you know, we have been taking the opportunity to ask people, specific people, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to honor things in a certain way. And in honor of the resolution that we're going to be hearing today in just a few minutes, we're recognizing August as Artist Appreciation Month in Monterey County. And I'm delighted to have Cynthia Rand Thompson lead the Pledge of Allegiance today. Cynthia is a multidisciplinary artist living and working in the Monterey Bay Area. She received her Bachelor's of Fine Arts from San Jose State and works primarily in the mediums of painting, printmaking, and sculpture. She's lived in Los Angeles and Big Sur and currently lives just near Watsonville. When Cynthia decided to really go for it and start making art in earnest, she sought out community. That's when Cynthia discovered the Central Coast Art Association. Helping the organization get art out into the community has enriched her own life. She speaks enthusiastically about meeting so many interesting people who want to make the world a better place, specifically through art. Cynthia and the Central Art Association have worked with my District 5 for several years by providing artwork for display in my district office in Monterey and here in my office in the Government Center. And with that, I believe that we have Cynthia on Zoom. And if you please would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, Ms. Rand Thompson.
All right. I'm hoping that my microphone is working.
I hear you perfectly.
Perfect. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with justice and liberty for all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we are going to go to the other agendas that we have. And I'm going to call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. We have a roll call, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Thank you very much. Are there any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on anything that is not on the agenda of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency today? Seeing no one coming forward, is there anyone online?
You see one hand. There's a phone number ending in 902.
We have one hand raised who would like to speak to something that is not on the Board of Agenda for the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. And that person is the phone raising ending in 902.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I have two questions. I wanted to know what the status is in providing San Lucas with clean water after more than about 10 years, and whether there's any hope on the horizon that they're going to be getting clean water like people enjoy in the rest of the county. Secondly, I'd like to know what testing is being done for migrating contaminants from Fort Ord that affects wells, whether there are contaminants listed, and the results posted on a website and where that would be. I think with the recent press coverage of contaminants from Fort Ord, that the wells in the Salinas Valley should certainly be rigorously tested to evaluate if the plumes of contaminants are moving that direction. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And now we have one scheduled matter today. It's a reappointment of Deirdre Sullivan to the Water Resources Agency Board of Directors. If I could please see if there's any public comment on this scheduled item. Seeing none, thank you very much. I will bring back to the board. Is there any comment from the board? And if not, I'd like to entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. And if we could please have a roll call vote.
I don't think we need to, since we're all here. You can.
We're all
just
here.
Oh
call
my
for the vote.
gosh. We're all here.
Yeah.
I forgot. It seems so strange to do that. I don't even know how to handle that anymore. Okay, so let's just approve everybody. So go ahead, please call the vote. Don't we have to do that? I do that. Okay, all in favor, please say aye. It's been
Aye.
so long. Anybody opposed to this? No. Okay, great. Good. Thank you. And I'm sure Ms. Sullivan is very pleased with the smooth way I handled this today. Okay, thank you very much. I'm now going to adjourn the Monterey County Water Resources Agency Board and call to order the joint meeting of certain Board of Supervisors standing committees.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections by the clerk?
There are none.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on anything that's not on this agenda? Seeing nothing, thank you very much. We have one scheduled matter. It's the AB 361 item. Can we please have a report from County Council?
Yes, good morning, Chair Adams and supervisors. This is the same item that you've heard numerous times. This is pursuant to AB 361, and it will allow you to continue to meet in a hybrid fashion as you have been. You have to make the same findings as you have in the past, that the state of emergency declared by the governor is still in effect, that you've reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency, and that the Monterey County Health Officer continues to recommend social distancing.
Thank you very much. And could we please have a vote that I'm going to call? All in favor, please say aye.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, thanks. How long is this going to take me? Okay, we have a motion and a second, I think from Lopez and Alejo. Okay, now all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. With that, we will adjourn the joint meeting of certain boards of supervisors standing committees and call to order the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Board of Directors. Can we?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on anything on this agenda or that's not on this agenda? Seeing none, we have one scheduled matter, AB 361.
Same comment as what I just said. Continue to make the findings to continue to meet remotely.
Thank you very much. Can we please have a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. So with that, we will adjourn the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Boards of Directors, and we will reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. And I will now see if there are any additions or corrections by the clerk for today's agenda.
There's a correction to item number 3 under the ceremonial resolutions. Request for this resolution came from District 4 Supervisor Askew and not Supervisor Adams as noted on the agenda. For addition, there's an addition to item number 9 under the appointments. The attached bio to the appointment for Dr. Betty J. Saxon has been added. And lastly, removal of item number 64 under Public Works, Facilities, and Parks consent calendar. Per the department request, item will be removed and put on a future BOS meeting date.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So first we will move forward then. I'm gonna have to remember everything. I don't think we have to make a motion to approve the changes. I think we're good to go. Okay, thank you. So now we will move forward with the ceremonial resolutions. There are 7 of them. 3 are going to be presented. And before we do the presentations, could I please see if there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on any of these? Seeing none, is there anyone calling in online who wishes to comment on any of these? Okay, then I'd like to have a motion to approve the ceremonial resolutions. Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. All of the ceremonial resolutions are approved, and we will now move forward with the presentations. And the first presentation is going to be to adopt a resolution honoring Deputy Probation Officer Kathy Longoria on her retirement from Monterey County Probation Department after more than 25 years of dedicated service. And we have now Mr. Chief Keating will make the presentation.
Members of the board, I'm Todd Keating, Chief Probation Officer, and I'm here to congratulate Kathy Longoria on her retirement after 25 years with the county, 18 with the probation department. Unfortunately, I don't see her here today. I don't know if you can check Zoom or not, but I know you have a long calendar, so I'll go ahead and accept this and congratulate her on her 25 years of service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Keating. The second that's going to be presented is to adopt a resolution proclaiming August, I don't think this is correct at all, as Artist Appreciation Month in the County of Monterey. And this is going to be presented by me to Mr. Steve Vagnini, who I see is here. Thank you. Well, good morning. How nice to have you here today in this capacity, a capacity in which I have admired you for many years and the work that you've done on behalf of the arts in Monterey County. So it's a pleasure for me to be able to present this resolution honoring August as Artist Appreciation Month. And I'll just read a few of the whereases, but not all. Whereas artists are the backbone of community culture, creating visual arts, sculptures, music, poetry, and theater, for which help to define and shape our county's identity. Whereas musicians have been at the forefront of the global music industry for decades, popularizing genres of music like jazz, country, hip hop, rhythm and blues, classical, and rock and roll. Whereas the arts industry and art-based nonprofits are a substantial part of Monterey County's economy, which generates more than $12 billion for local, state, and federal governments and supports 2.3 million jobs nationwide. Whereas performances and festivals like the West End Celebration, Monterey Jazz Festival, Monterey Ocean Arts Festivals, and others stimulate areas of the Monterey County economy through audience, lodging, dining, tourism, and shopping. And whereas the County of Monterey has always had a special relationship and connection with the arts and has been home and inspiration to many distinguished artists. And whereas despite the challenge of obtaining adequate funding in an era of decreasing art spending, artists continue to create, entertain, influence, and inspire. And whereas it is fitting to designate the month of August as Artist Appreciation Month, to acknowledge the many Monterey County artists who have created and continue to create art that inspire our residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the county and all of the residents thereof, do hereby proclaim August 2022 Artist Appreciation Month in the County of Monterey. And I could not think of anyone more appropriate to accept this award than Mr. Steve Vagnini.
Thank you very much. Good morning, supervisors. Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Good morning. Good to see everybody and everybody here. It is an honor to receive this award, and it is really for all the festivals and people in the community that promote the arts. I've been doing this longer than I've worked for the county. So I've been with the county for 35 years, and I've been promoting music for more than 40 years. As a matter of fact, the day before I came to work for the Monterey County, I did a fundraiser for Rape Crisis Center. And I've been doing that in one capacity ever since, flood relief, earthquake relief. And it evolved into the West End Celebration, which I've worked with for 20 years. If you haven't been there yet, it takes place this weekend in Sand City. And it's a free art music festival. And what makes it sets it aside, it's really a community event. I'd say 90% of the people that are there are from Monterey County. And we have over 100 artists, and it's all original art there with nothing that's not made by the artists. There's 35 bands performing, and all original music will be performed there. So this is an award, and to be mentioned with the Monterey Jazz Festival, to me, which is like an internationally known festival, one of the reasons I moved to this area is quite an award. So thank you very much for acknowledging not just West End Celebration, but all the events and all the people that bring the arts to the community. And that makes another reason why it's a special area we live in. And I'd like to also acknowledge, while we're here, my good friend and Gerald Malkin, who many of you know worked for the county for many years, and he's my indispensable volunteer at the West End Celebration helping out. So once again, thank you for this honor. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. I want to make a quick comment about the West End Celebration. I was in Sand City last evening. My nephew lives there, and the buildings are just phenomenal. They have refreshed a lot of the huge art that is on the buildings themselves in the city of Sand City. And they have one new one that's on the street that is really cool. It's called Reset. And it's an artist I had the opportunity to meet last evening, but you can have your picture taken. And if you hold your arm in a certain way, it looks like you're about to press the reset button. And it's really a very cool piece of art that I hope everyone gets to enjoy this weekend at the West End Celebration. So once again, thank you so much for all of your efforts, and to your volunteer partner as well, partner in crime, I guess I could say, but there we have it. So thank you.
Well, we should recognize all the work you do too with good guitars, not guns. I mean, you didn't mention that one. So
it is a fundraiser for Guitars Not Guns, and Guitars Not Guns, if you haven't heard of it, it's a national organization, but Monterey County is by far the most active chapter in the United States. We've given about 2,600 guitars away in free lessons right now, and it's throughout the whole county of Monterey. So once again, thank you. Appreciate it.
Very well deserved. It looks as if we have one person whose hand is raised to make comment on this item. With someone whose telephone is ending in
902.
102?
Yeah.
902.
Yes.
Would like to make comment?
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I wanted to comment on appointments on item number 9, and I wanted to ask you to reject Dr. Betty Saxon's
I'm sorry,
appointment.
but we're not to that item quite yet. We're still on ceremonial resolutions. So if you'll
okay.
stay, stay tuned, we'll be coming back up to that item. Thank you. And now we have another item that we're going to be presenting. It's a resolution honoring Mari Barrage upon her retirement after 33 years of dedicated service with the County of Monterey. And presenting that will be Mary Zeeb to present to Ms. Barrage.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Adams, members of the board, Mary Zeeb, Treasurer Tax Collector. With me, I have Mary Barrage and also Jake Stroud. And today is really bittersweet for me. I wasn't going to get choked up. So Mary has been with the county over 33 years. She started out in the CAO's office as a senior secretary. back in 1989. And there she also served as clerk for LAFCO and did many other things, working her way up through the organization to the point where she became an analyst in the budget and analysis division, and then was promoted to the principal administrative analyst over 15 years ago. And that's when I got to meet Mary. It was before I was an elected official. And at that time, she always takes her job very seriously, as most of you know that know Mary. She, as an analyst, would come out to the department. She would want to know what your budgetary requirements were, what you had to have, what you could do without, and what she could facilitate to make happen. She learned about the departments that she serviced, and that was very unique. And it was almost like she became part of our department. Now, we would have her as an analyst on and off throughout the years. But when I had a chief deputy position open up in my department a little over 7 years ago, I thought, who better than Mary to see if she's looking to make a change, because she'd been in the CAO's office all those years. And so to my surprise, she said yes. So she came down to our office, and it wasn't, I mean, there was a transition, but not a lot, because she already knew what we did. She knew what we needed and what made us tick. So she immediately immersed herself in our department and learned about the intricacies of some of the other divisions. And after about a year of that, I had an opening in my assistant treasurer tax collector, because he retired. So I asked Mary if she would be willing to join me on this journey that we've had for the past 7.5 years through the department. And she willingly said yes. She may have regretted it from time to time. But I think overall, she's enjoyed the time she's been with us. She's been instrumental in educating and mentoring up and coming individuals in our department, whether it's for budget or analysis or anything. Mary is so well respected by her peers that everybody knows her, and they know her personality, and they know she gets things done. She's a borderline workaholic. For any of you that see the lamp burning after 5 o'clock and after 6 o'clock here in the building, it's probably Mary. But she's deserves this retirement and everything that she's got coming to her. I know it's going to be a transition, and we're going to miss her tremendously. So before I hand you the microphone, I'll give you a couple minutes there to compose yourself. But Jake would like to say a few things. And I just want to mention, could the employees in my department, or if you've worked in the department or with Mary, could you stand up, please?
Good morning. I'm Jake Stroud, Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector, and I'm mostly here to talk to Mary. The first thing I want to do publicly is thank you, Mary. First of all, from myself, you've been the best teacher, mentor, and friend that I could ask for. And secondly, I want to highlight what the staff has said about you. I didn't talk to Mary, but I did talk to your staff, and some of the feedback that I got kind of centers around three highlights. So first, unmatched knowledge, especially of all things budget. When we see you, we think of budget, and rightfully so, all of your experience there that you've taken the time to share with us. Second, unbelievable commitment, and Mary touched on that, the long days and the late nights that you spend here, and the commitment that you've made to every single project that you've touched over the 33 years that you've worked for the county. And lastly, unwavering support of each and every one of us. You've always supported us, helped us with our work, helped grow and mentor us, and contribute to our development within the county and within the department. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that we sincerely appreciate everything you've done for us, including making the TTC a fun and often funny place to do the critical work of collecting, protecting, and investing for the future of Monterey County. And we wish you the best wishes in retirement. We hope to see pictures of all of your adventures, and hope that occasionally you will venture back to the government center to say hi to us and pay your taxes.
Madam Chair, before they do that, I just want to say I worked with this lady for a lot of years, and I don't think anybody in the county is as dedicated as she is in whatever position she's been in. And I don't think anybody understands county finances as well as she does. Back when I was on the bench, I was presiding judge, and I started this mental health court to deal with the mental health issues. And Mary took a real interest in it and really helped me get the support I needed to do that. And I wanted to put an article in the journal back then, and I didn't have the clout to get it in, but Mary somehow was able to get the door open for them to publish my article. But before that, she took and cleaned up my article, so it was more readable. And then I know, yeah, well, then when I took this job, finance and budget was not my forte. And so she was the person I went to explain the budget and give me some good knowledge. But it did cost me a bottle of wine when I did that. And last of all, when I started Rancho Cielo, I don't think anybody in the county was as supportive and helped me to open the doors and enable me to do that. So I thank you for all your years and what you've done for me and the county.
Anything about that? When I was given the assignment with Rancho Cielo, it was because my boss said, I need you to convince them it's never going to happen.
Supervisor Lopez?
Mary, I remember the day I met you. I think it was my 4th day working as an intern for Simon, and Darlene took me over, was introducing me to folks behind the wall. For those who don't remember Darlene Dunham, she was Simon's chief of staff. And what she told me was, if you want to know who really helps control things here, you talk to Mary. And I remember she was wearing a bright red coat, which I still see you wear sometimes. And that's the image in my head that will always be Mary Baraz. But John stole my thunder. You taught me so much about the budget. I came to you with 1,000 questions. I remember all the emails I'd send you, and you just respond back, nope, that's not how this works. And you'd break it down for me and showed me so much that I believe it's one of the reasons I'm effective in this position. And so thank you for everything that you've done for the residents of Monterey County, for me as an individual, to help educate me about how the budget works. I know that our communities are all better for the work that you've put in, and we'll never stop mentioning your name, because I've already heard folks still say, well, did you hear Mary's leaving? She can't leave. So the whispers will continue in a great way. You've left a massive impact here at Monterey County. Thank you, Mary.
Supervisor Radescu?
Thank you. And I'll echo the comments of my colleagues. And I saw your name pop up on the list of retirements and was like flooded in the same way with memories of starting work in the county in the supervisor's office 13, 14 years ago, and so many questions. And you were just this wealth of information. And it wasn't just that you had the information that we were looking for, you had this way of sharing it that made it feel like it's okay to keep asking questions, and that we're all in this together. There was just this feeling that it took me a minute to like reframe, like, when did I meet Mary? What department was she in? It was just this like feeling of like, I know I can trust that I can go to you and get what I need as a result of that engagement. So, and then reading your bio, I had no idea that you started in the CEO's office, in the secretary position, but what a blessing that you chose to come to work for Monterey County. And I hope that it's been a good experience for you, and we wish you the absolute best in your retirement. But thank you for welcoming me to the county 14 years ago.
Thank you, Supervisor Radescu. Supervisor Lejo?
Mary, I know in these special moments as you depart the county that it's always nice to reflect on your career and all the contributions you made to our county. And by looking at all your colleagues here today, it really shows a deep appreciation for you, all you shared with them, and just being part of their lives. I think it really shows a lot of respect. And so you could feel good leaving as you retire, that you really made a tremendous difference in this county, that people really loved and respected you. And these short stories shared by my colleagues really amplify what type of a great leader you were during your time here at the county. So on behalf of my district, I wanted to just thank you for your lifetime of public service to the people of Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mary, I will simply say that same thing that my colleagues have said. And what I've always found about you are 4 things. Number 1, you are always so supportive. You were always so welcoming. You always had a great smile that just made those blue eyes even prettier. But more importantly, we share a name, but you spell yours in a much cooler way than I spell mine. So thank you very much. And I know that you're going to continue your legacy in your private life and your well-deserved retirement. So congratulations on behalf of all of us and all the residents of Monterey County for your years of dedication. You've made a big difference in many people's lives, and you've just heard from a handful. Thank you so much. Great. Would you like to say a few words?
I don't like mics because I talk loud anyway. But yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't think about what to say today, so this could get dangerous. But to acknowledge, Wendy, one of the things you said, I didn't come to the county well educated. I learned on the job, and I was taken under wings of amazing mentors back then who have just insisted on coaching me through things I didn't know I could do, and they saw something in me I never saw. And it instilled in me, I mean, this huge love for public service and wanting things to really matter. And yeah, I became a workaholic. I used to get addicted to watching board meetings, believe it or not. It's like it's like a football game. You see who'd make a pass and who'd intercept, and who'd make it over the finish line, or if they made it as a team. And so it's like that's all over. Trust me. But more than anything, I wanted to pass that legacy on to staff. And when I finally was in a position where I found myself with staff, which I'd avoided most of my career because people are so problematic. But this team, if I was going to cut my teeth on managing people, this team couldn't have been. It was built for that. And most of the staff here have been here helping me figure things out. So I am so grateful to these people. I love these people. And more than anything, I want you to know that you're on your way. You're just such bright stars, and nobody sees how much you dedicate behind the scenes. And it's given me that much more respect for public employment. I mean, when I first started this job, I was a new mom, and my perception of government was that I could go to work every day 9 to 5 in my sweats. So, and that it just never turned out that way. And I'm glad for that. And I'm so appreciative of all the people that have mentored me, including all of you. And last but not least, Mary has been a leader beyond leaders. I have learned so much from her, and I still don't know how she practices the restraint she does. She has such patience and tolerance, and she's had me on a really long leash and rarely had to yank me in. But when she does, I love it when she'll just say, "Okay, you just need to stop now." And I think that's where I'm at. So thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will close our ceremonial resolutions and move forward with our appointments. And as we do so, I will turn to our County Administrative Officer, Mr. Charles McKee, for comments on the appointments process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But before I go into that, I just want to really quickly make an announcement, just because people may hear this out in the community. The Monterey County Sheriff's Office Bomb Squad is going to be conducting some training today out in Fort Ord. They have an area out there near Barlow Canyon and Watkins Gate, and apparently the message hasn't gone out that widely. I just want to make sure that the public is all aware. Hopefully this will get it out a little bit. We're trying to get it out on social media. So there is some bomb squad training going on out in Fort Ord by our sheriff's office. And I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of that. And if I have any questions, obviously, I think the sheriff's office can answer those questions directly. Now, regarding the appointments process here in Monterey County, several years ago, the board requested and directed that biographical material, the applications and or resumes of applicants for nominees for appointments by the Board of Supervisors, that information be attached to the agenda so that the public and the board members all had that information when the board is going to make those appointments. And I just wanted to make it known to all the departments who help put forward nominations, as well as the board office staff, that is the prior direction of this board to do that. There are many on there today that don't have that information attached, and we are going to try to rectify that for the future. I know that at least one was able to provide that information at the last moment to update it. I know there's turnover in staff and things like that occur, but just want to make sure that everybody is aware that that is the policy of this board to make that information available, excuse me, for the public and the board at the time of appointments. So just want to get that message out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we have moving forward 10 appointments today, and we'll first call for any public comments on the appointments of today. I see we have one hand raised, and that is Ms. Beatty. If you'd like to make your comments on the appointments of today.
Yes, I asked the board to reject Dr. Betty Saxon's appointment to Natividad Board. Dr. Saxon is AT&T's area representative. Medical care must evaluate health and environmental issues without bias or politics, but AT&T rolls out cell towers and wireless tech regardless of the substantial research which has settled science for decades, showing damage, including cancer clusters within a quarter mile of cell towers. Its research finds DNA damage, breaks in the blood-brain barrier after brief exposure, and brain damage and deaths. Microwave radiation is a carcinogen with greater risk for children who also have greater absorption into their eyes, brains, and bone marrow. It shows sperm damage and infertility, heart problems, increased stroke, cognitive impacts to memory and concentration, mood disorders, and more. When AT&T activated a 5G system in New Mexico with the military, hundreds of thousands of birds died. Yet Betty Saxon asked for a cell tower next to PG Middle School, for example, and one at PG Adult School that has preschools and is next to the Monarch Sanctuary. As a result of antennas at Community Hospital, including AT&T's, I no longer have access to medical care there. So I urge you to please deny this appointment.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. I see we have another hand raised on the appointments today, and that is Terry Short, Chair of the East Garrison Community.
Good morning. Yes, hi. Good morning,
morning.
Chair. Good morning. Good morning, Chair Adams and Supervisors. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my comment today. I'm Terry Short, Chair of the East Garrison Community Services District Advisory Committee, and I am speaking today to make a comment regarding the appointment to the Board of Directors for the Monterey County Regional Fire District. As you know, East Garrison not only pays a CFD Mello-Roos tax, which helps fund the fire department in our community, but homeowners also pay an additional special fire tax for the county regional fire department. To my knowledge, no one was aware that that a vacancy had opened up on the Board of Directors for the County Regional Fire Department. Neither our committee or I were given any notice to announce it. In the future, given how much money and support the East Garrison community gives to our fire station, I do hope we will be included or considered for board positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Short. for your comment. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to comment on the appointments? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Any member of the board who wishes to comment on appointments before we ask for a motion to approve? Yes, Supervisor Rudasky.
I do. I was actually wanting to comment on just to item number 18, which is appointing Winnie Chambliss to the Community Action Commission as our public sector representative for District 4. I just wanted to thank her for being willing to serve in this capacity. And then in response to the item 10, which CSD Chair Terry Short just commented on, I'm pleased to support the appointment as listed here for Amy Dolly to the Monterey County Regional Fire District Board of Directors. But I will engage in, I think maybe we can follow up with some other conversations about the composition of that board so that we can ensure that East Garrison has appropriate representation. So I'll take that conversation offline with our CAO, but thank you.
Thank you. And perhaps that's something we could work on together as a referral.
That would be great. I think it's something we've been looking at for many years now, and I know that the community of East Garrison was not originally a population base when the board of directors were sort of structurally formed. So I think there's a great opportunity for us to maybe take a look at that. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. With that, if we could please have a motion for
Move
the
approval
appointments. Thank you.
For all appointments.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you so much. So that completes our appointments section of the board meeting today. And we will now, we've got a little, move forward to our scheduled matters. And the first matter that we have is item 21. Sorry, I skipped over consent. My agendas are a little bit different today than they have been. So not only am I getting over vacation lag, I'm having a challenge with my agendas. So sorry for that. We will now go to first the consent calendar. And we have we have a lot of consent item agendas today. And I would like to see if there's any member of the public who would like to pull anything from our consent calendar today. And I see we have one hand raised. And I will go to item number 9 to the phone number ending in 902, Ms. Beatty. This is regarding the
Yes, would you
consent
please-
calendar.
Yes, I have a comment to make on item number 65.
Item 65. Thank you very much. Is there any member of the board who wishes to pull anything for comment or questions on the consent calendar? Yes.
64 has been pulled. Is that correct? I was going to make a comment on that.
64 is pulled and
Yeah, but I may make a, pardon?
correct.
Yeah, and I'll probably comment on 65 too then.
Okay, you
Thank
want to comment on 65, but not on 64.
64 was removed from the agenda, I believe.
Correct. So there's no commenting on that. Okay, so we will come back now and take public comment on item 65. So first we will go to the public. Ms. Beatty, your comments?
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I wanted to just reiterate that the residents that live near Laguna Seca, including residents of Seaside, don't have weekends off due to the noise. And there's also the traffic issue along Highway 68. And I would like to know, how is the county addressing noise and traffic? And is the county scaling back events? There was a guarantee given to residents around the track that that it would only be used twice a year. And that's, of course, completely been thrown out the window. So how is the county limiting events there so that residents actually can enjoy their weekends off during the year rather than constant, nearly every weekend noise? So I would like the board to address the situation.
Thank you for your comment. And now I will see if there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on item 65. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. And
Yeah.
do you wish to comment? Okay, we're almost there. As soon as we close consent, then we'll bring it Yeah, we'll bring it back to general public comment. Thank you for that. And I apologize because I am not rolling with the usual smooth bravado that I do when I run a board meeting. Okay, so we'll bring it back to Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I just, this is a big thing, getting Ren Sport here for their 75th anniversary. And I know Mr. Narigi and the Parks Department, and it wouldn't happen without Bruce Canepa. He's the one that made the decision, but it wouldn't have happened if we hadn't made the commitment that we did on the bridge and resurfacing the track. So this will be huge for our county. I was there at the last Ren Sport, and it's just brings so much into the county, but it's done so well. So I'm just thrilled that we were able to get this.
Thank you very much. Seeing no more hands raised or comments, I will bring it back to the board for a motion to approve.
Move consent.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Any opposed? The consent calendar passes. Thank you. And now with that, we will go over to public comment. And now is the opportunity for people to make any comments on items that are not on today's agenda. And I believe that we have one member of the audience who's coming forward.
Good day. My name is McGregor Eddie, and I live in Salinas. I have all my life been involved in peace and justice activities. So during the pandemic, some families of people in the jail came to me and said, can you help us? We're not allowed to visit. And I defended the county and the jail. I spent the whole pandemic defending authoritative restrictions and where you're I did volunteer vaccinating for 9 months for this county. So I'm committed to it. But I thought there would be a process for coming back. And I started doing research last night after this hunger strike about what is normal in jails post-pandemic or waning pandemic or whatever term you use. And I found out that we are the most hard-hearted county in the state. San Joaquin County, not a liberal area, started in-person visits in November of 21. Now there's a lot of elaborate how they make it safe. San Bernardino County started March of 21. That's a year and a half ago. When I told those people who came to me complaining about no visits that I wouldn't help them, I didn't know that it was going to be an endless hell of no personal visits. And when the video breaks down, all these other counties, Madera County, Merced County, Colusa County, Lassen County, they can do it. Why can't we do it? There's a few counties that don't, and they seem to feel very bad about it. Imperial County, for example, I couldn't find visiting hours. That usually means they don't have them, allows patients to earn a picnic on the open lawn with their family to make up for this loneliness. I feel myself guilty, but I hold you much more responsible for allowing this atypical hell of loneliness to happen in our county. It is quite specifically both cruel and, my data shows, unusual.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Eddy. I very much appreciate them. And I very much appreciate the volunteer efforts that you make on behalf of many unheard voices in our county. Thank you. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to comment on anything that is not on today's agenda? Nope. And I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Great. So we will close public comment and move into scheduled matters. The first item here. Okay, we will move into scheduled items and we will go to our first item today, which is to, this is dealing with an ordinance to approving, we're going to consider adoption and approval of an ordinance looking at military use process and policy for the district attorney's office pursuant to AB 481. And I think we have Ryan McGurk from the DA's office, our chief district attorney investigator, who will make the presentation for us today.
Assembly Bill 481 was authored to address the funding and acquisition of military equipment by law enforcement. It requires law enforcement agencies to obtain the approval of the Board of the Military Equipment Use Policy through the adoption of policy by ordinance. Policy must be posted on the website for 30 days prior to introduction and adoption of the ordinance. This was posted May 11th, 2022. Assembly Bill 481 also requires agencies submit annual reports to this board regarding the use of equipment, in any complaints received, and other similar information. Governing body shall only approve military equipment use pursuant to this chapter if it determines all of the following. Military equipment is necessary because there's no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective of the officer and civilian safety. The proposed military equipment use policy will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. If purchasing the equipment is reasonable, cost-effective, compared to available alternatives that can achieve the same objective, the officer and/or civilian safety. Prior military equipment use compliant with military equipment use policy that was in effect at the time, or if prior uses do not comply with the accompanying military equipment use policy, corrective action has been taken to remedy non-conforming uses and ensure future compliance. Draft policy has been authored and available on the website. The equipment in possession of the Monterey County District Attorney's Office that is covered in this policy includes drones, or other terms referred to as UAVs, and patrol rifles. The two drones that are currently in possession of the Monterey County District Attorney's Office include a Skydio 2 and a DJI Phantom, both available to the consumer public. And these are used primarily for crime scene mapping, aerial photography, and search warrant overwatch or surveillance prior to entering a location for public and officer safety. The rifles currently possessed by the Monterey County District Attorney's Office include 8 Colt rifles. These are similar to, if not identical to, what is in a majority, if not all, patrol vehicles within the county, both municipal and sheriff's department. These rifles provide stable, accurate shooting platforms required to safeguard bystanders and officers in the event of a shooting. These are used by investigators during high-risk events such as search warrant response, or if there were an active shooter response or event. Events where suspects have or are expected to have firearms, such as a hostage situation where body armor might be used, or other potential threats. Just in the last 3 months, we have seized hundreds of firearms, over 100 firearms, to include illegal weapons, personally manufactured weapons, 50 caliber rifles, and assault weapons. Many of these are at illegal or camouflaged cannabis grows within the county. Many of these weapons here were self-manufactured, unserialized, and high-powered, both at search warrants and inspections for their seized. To make sure policy and training is adhered to, we have implemented both training, use of force, firearms policies, response policies, policies for the unmanned aerial system operations, and to document and follow through on personnel complaints. This would also include the military equipment use policy. Any questions regarding the policy and equipment fall under personal complaints, which are also well laid out. The annual report would be submitted to the board by May of 2023 and published at the district attorney's website. Within 30 days of submitting and publicly releasing the annual report, the Bureau shall hold at least one well-publicized and conveniently located community engagement meeting at which the Bureau should discuss the report and respond to public questions regarding the funding, acquisition, or use of any military equipment, which we would likely do in conjunction with the Sheriff's Department. The only addition that I would have to this is none of the equipment that we have at the district attorney's office was acquired or purchased through a military deacquisition or decommission process, we're purchasing from the military. These were all purchased through the county and through means here.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. I will go to my colleagues and see if there are any questions or comments on the presentation today. Supervisor Lejo.
Just a quick question, because this is the first time the DA's office did that, and I think the public assumed the sheriff's department has to do this, but not really knowing that the DA also is required under this new statute to do this. But I just wanted to clarify: would this process of coming before the board, would it be an annual thing that you will now do, and the public will each year have an opportunity when you do this report to express opinions and comments? So I just want to, just so the public knows whether this is a one-time thing or will this now be an annual report by the DAs and the sheriff's office?
This would be annual, and due to them being two different departments, and if we were to acquire an additional UAV or change whatever tools we are using that adhere to the military equipment policy, we would have to bring that before the board as well. So it'd be annual.
Yeah, and I just want to know that there'll be ongoing opportunities for the public, that this will be the new norm and done on an annual basis.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you. I'll take it out to the public. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment? Please come forward.
That was a very clear and thorough report. I think that there will be time in the future to evaluate some of the individual things. I just have a rather simple question. If this equipment is necessary at the DA's office, is it also in the probation department? I asked that and I was told the probation department does not have any of this equipment. It strikes me as odd that it's necessary in one non-sheriff department and not necessary in the other. That's a simple inconsistency. And the other thing is that it's very hard for the public to know that this is going to, I was very surprised to see military equipment. I got, what military equipment? And then I was told, oh, you didn't look on the DA's website where it was posted. I didn't even know to look there. I didn't know we had fiefdoms of military weapons around. So if there's any more, ollie income free, check that I'd be surprised. So that's all I have to say. See you later. This is a good thing you're keeping an eye on.
Thank you, Ms. Eddy. And actually, I have a question that I don't know if anyone here will be able to answer it. But in regard to Ms. Eddy's question, I'm wondering also about the Office of Emergency Services. Does that department also have the opportunity to?
You mean have weapons? They don't have weapons over at Office of Emergency Services.
And is the answer to the probation department similar?
Well, I think the probation department has a different level of weapons, and I don't know if Ryan is able to answer that question. You know what kind of weapons? Does it apply to the probation department? I guess it's a question.
So
You may
the distinguishing difference with probation is typically they're not going to be actively entering a search warrant or going to an unknown dwelling. They're contacting their probationees. They are armed. I'm not aware of the probation department having any decommissioned military equipment such as drones, UAVs, or military vehicles that would fall under this AB 481.
Supervisor Lopez, you look like you're thinking about something.
No, I'm just I guess there's an underlying assumption for me that for some of those other needs, as you brought up, like OES, they could call on the sheriff's office for that assistance, where I could see the firewall sort of at times between the DA and the sheriff, making it necessary for each to have their own, where the others have that ability to call for assistance. That's just sort of as I look at the structure of it, if they needed a drone, they would reach out to either the DA or the sheriff for assistance with probation. But yeah.
And if I may comment, I don't know if the county recognizes the district attorney's office has singularly the largest bureau of investigations in terms of strict investigators. we are tasked with investigating police officers, which would be a high-risk arrest type situation, where we cannot call upon those local agencies for these type of tools to safely apprehend or take into custody a suspect. The county, at this point, we have well over 100 homicide cases with defendants outstanding and defendants in court. And we manage the witness relocation program at any given time with well more than 20 individuals that have their lives being threatened, and we need to bring those individuals to court to testify. So these are also tools we use to make sure those operations are conducted safely for the public and for our staff here in the county.
So just following up on Ms. Eddy's comments, I'm wondering as well, is there any language in AB 481 that talks to public awareness or ensuring that
There'll be an annual, May of 2023, an annual public hearing that will be posted and made available so that the public can comment and communicate with those agencies having this type of equipment.
Okay, I guess that's one way of doing it, but there's nothing that says you need to ensure that there's, other than saying, come to us, there's no, look what we have, then come to us kind of thing.
I think the Assembly bill is designed for the transparency with the public meeting and having this ordinance voted upon by the board.
Okay, maybe we can work with our public information office to see what we can do to ensure the public is aware of these sorts of things, not just in the DA's office, but other offices as well.
Chair Adams, if I could interject also, you're introducing and waiving first reading today, but when this comes before you for adoption, it will be published in the newspapers as well.
Oh, good.
There's
Okay.
publication before adoption and then if you adopt after as well.
Okay, thank you so much for making that clear. It's good. Sir, I'm sorry, Mr. Alejo.
And then it's always put on a second hearing, and it's usually put on consent because we already had today's hearing. So it's put on the agenda twice
Great.
for the Board of Supervisors.
Good. Okay, thank you. Thank you for this presentation and also the robust discussion around it. With not seeing any additional hands raised or anyone coming forward, we will close the item and I will ask for a motion for adopting, yes, a motion to approve. Do we need to have a motion?
Not adoption today. This is to introduce
Okay,
and
so
waive
we're
first reading.
This is just simply information. Okay, great.
No, sorry to interrupt. It's not information. We do need a motion. It's to introduce, waive first reading and set September 13th, 2022 at 10:30 as the date to consider adoption.
Second.
Thank you very much. Okay, it takes a village sometimes. So we have a motion and a second, and now I will call for the vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. Any opposed? None. Great. Okay, item 21 passes. And I thank everyone for their patience and comments today. With that, we're going to recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. We will go back into closed session and reconvene at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
Testing mic 1. Testing mic 2. Testing mic 4. Testing mic 5. Testing mic 6. Testing mic 10. Testing mic 8. Testing mic 11. Testing mic 14. Testing mic 12.
Clerk's mic.
Staff mic 1. Staff mic 2.
Wireless one, wireless one.
And podium mic. Wireless mic 2.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Very sorry for our beginning our afternoon session a little bit late. We are reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for today, Tuesday, August 23rd, 2022. Could we please have a roll call?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams, Askew, Phillips, and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisor Alejo appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And if we could please have our announcement by Mr. Celis.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretar. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Celis. And now we will get into our afternoon session, and we start with our scheduled matters. The first matter is a public hearing to consider terminating the conservation and scenic easement on the Martin Williams H. and Simona H. Trust, formerly the Nate Warner Trust property. Find the termination of the easement does not require additional environmental review, and authorize the chair to execute the termination agreement and direct the clerk of the board to submit the termination agreement and quitclaim to the county recorder. So I will look forward to a presentation from our Director of Community Health and Development. And Mr. Lundquist, if you would like to start and introduce your staff, that would be wonderful.
I'd be happy to. Fiona Jensen, Associate Planner with Housing and Community Development Department, will be presenting today on behalf of the department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams and members of the board. My name is Fiona Jensen. I am the project planner for the Martin, William, and Simona, formerly the Werner Nace Trust HCD planning file number PLN 150669 AMD1. The project is located at 1412 Lisbon Lane, Pebble Beach, and is within the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan. The parcel is zoned low-density residential, 1.5 acres per unit, with a design control overlay within the coastal zone. The applicant is seeking termination of a conservation scenic easement, which was required as condition of approval of a previously approved combined development permit. On August 30th, 2017, the Planning Commission approved a combined development permit allowing construction of a single-family dwelling, the removal of 44 Monterey pines, and development within 100 feet of environmentally sensitive habitat area. Approval of this permit included adoption of a mitigated negative declaration, a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, with two mitigations and 20 conditions of approval. Due to the presence of environmentally sensitive habitat area, condition number 5 required the property owner to convey a conservation and scenic easement over the eastern portion of the property. On September 15th, 2020, the Board of Supervisors accepted this easement and granted it to the Del Monte Forest Conservancy. On June 29th, 2022, the Monterey County Planning Commission adopted resolution number 22-017, finding that removal of condition number 5 is consistent with the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration, approving removal of condition number 5 from the previously approved combined development permit, and recommending the Board of Supervisors terminate the subject easement. The adopted mitigated negative declaration identified 2 species of environmentally sensitive habitat area on the property, which was vacant at time of processing, Monterey pines and Yaden's piperia. The previously approved single-family dwelling required the removal of 44 Monterey pines. These pines also supported a special status species, Yaden's piperia, and therefore were considered ESHA. Therefore, mitigation number 1 required the owner to restore and enhance the Monterey pine habitat on a 2-to-1 ratio, 21,600 square feet, replant on a 1-to-1 ratio, and monitor the replanted trees for 5 years. Approximately 437 individual Yaden piperia plants were identified within the property boundaries and a section of the Pebble Beach right-of-way along the southern side of Lisbon Lane. Approximately 53% of this population was slated to be impacted by construction of the single-family dwelling. Therefore, mitigation number 2 required the owner to transplant the entirety of the population to a receiver site and monitor the receiver site for 5 years. In accordance with policy 13 of the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan, condition number 5 was applied to the previously approved project because ESHA did occur on the property at the time of processing. However, with successful implementation of mitigation number 2, the project site would no longer contain the special status species, which triggered the easement because Yaden's piperia no longer occupied the site. With the relocation of the Yaden's piperia, the subject property no longer contained environmentally sensitive habitat area. No Yaden's piperia foliage or flowers have been found on the subject property since the day the plants were removed. The transplanted Yaden's piperia population is thriving and meeting the required success criteria. The Del Monte Forest Conservancy has consented to the termination of this subject easement, subject to 5 conditions of approval, which staff has confirmed. The California Coastal Commission staff have also expressed their support of the project due to specifics of the case. Although Monterey County conservation scenic easements are irrevocable, the proposed termination is specific to this project and based solely on the facts of this case. Termination of the easement on the subject property does not apply to or affect other conservation and scenic easements conveyed to the Del Monte Forest Conservancy or the County of Monterey. Therefore, staff recommends the Board of Supervisors find the project consistent with the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration and not requiring an addendum pursuant to Section 15-162 of the CEQA guidelines. Terminate the conservation and scenic easement on the subject property, authorize the chair to execute the termination agreement and the quitclaim deed, and direct the clerk of the board to submit the termination agreement and quitclaim deed to the county recorder for recording with all applicable fees to be paid by the applicant. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation today. And I will see if there is any member of the board who has questions they would like to ask at this point. Not seeing any questions, and I will look to see if there are any attendees online who would like to ask questions. I'm not seeing any hands raised. Okay, and there's no one in chambers coming forward. Yes, there is someone from chambers coming forward. Hello.
Chair Adams, members of the board, Joel Panzer with Maureen Ruck Planning Consultants, representing Will and Simona Martin Trust. The staff report, the presentation today, and the draft resolution and termination agreement accurately characterize the circumstances of this case. We're supportive of the recommendation from HCD and would encourage the board to approve that recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I did just have a couple of quick questions I wanted to ask. Can staff just confirm the statement in the report that the Coastal Commission has granted approval of the termination request?
Yes, they've consented to the termination. It is very specific to this case and doesn't apply to other projects. This project will still be subject to a coastal appeal period, but staff is not expecting appeal. They have granted their support.
Okay, thank you for that. I wanted to make sure that that was in the record as well. And then is there, was a statement in the board report that this would not be precedent setting. And I just am wondering if there are any other existing examples or potential projects that might also be able to successfully relocate sensitive species or habitats. Is there anything that you see coming up?
Staff is not aware of any other projects with such mitigation measures. However, they may be applied in the future and would be acted upon appropriately.
Was this site set up specifically to be able to accept other, accommodate other projects and sites?
Through the chair, the Del Monte, the Pebble Beach Company does own the receiver site, Area H, and it was set aside as conservation and open space, and it was accepting of this property's special status species population, and I believe would be open in the future, but that agreement would have to occur in the future if that was the case.
Okay, great. Well, with that in mind, I am certainly supportive of staff recommendations, but I want to be sure that I get to say Yaden's piperia because I learned that, and that it is also known as rain orchid. So thank you so much for your presentation. And I'll go ahead and make the motion to move approval of staff recommendations as laid out in the board report.
I'll second that with the comment that it's a really beautiful flower. We had a chance to look at it as well. It's a really
Thank you.
beautiful flower.
Thank you. Thank you. Vern Yaden would be very proud of this, I'm sure. Okay, could we, let's see, now we will have to do a roll call vote. All right, thank you so much. We'll have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Leho. Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
I haven't seen the flower, but aye.
Supervisor Root Askew. Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Great, thank you. With that, and are there any, I don't have to ask that question. Thank you. The motion passes. Thank you very much for your presentation. Good to see you, Mr. Panzer. And now we will move on to item number 23, which is something we've all been waiting for. The special events, community development, community and housing development department's presentation on the existing special events program and how we're going to be moving forward with that. Poor Mr. Lundquist looks like he's lonely up there.
I am a little lonely. I was expecting one of our colleagues to be here today with me. She might be on Zoom or here in a moment. But good afternoon, Chair Adams, supervisors, staff, and the public. I'm Eric Lundquist, Housing and Community Development Director. At this point, I was going to say with me today is Liz Gonzalez, who helps coordinate the permits, special event permits, and she appears to be on Zoom. Also, Kayla Johnson, engineering aide. The two of them together with our reviewing agencies participate in this program. And I would like to thank them publicly together with the reviewing agencies on a very successful car week that just occurred this past week. From all intents and purposes, I've heard that it operated well and without much interruption. Let me start my presentation here that I have prepared. Give me 1 second. As indicated on the agenda today, staff's recommendation is for the board to receive a presentation from the Housing and Community Development Department on its existing special event program, discuss and provide direction regarding possible revisions to the special events program, instituting a fee for the special events applications and the appropriateness of an unruly gathering ordinance, and then provide further direction as may be appropriate. On December 13th of 2016, as a bit of background, the former RMA recommended that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution establishing interpretive guidelines for Title 21 of the County Code regarding large-scale special events. The then seated board, which is much different than the board compilation today, then decided to not adopt a resolution establishing interpretative guidelines and maintain the existing practices while promoting public participation using the special events task force meetings. During the board's recent consideration of the noise control ordinance, the board requested that staff within the Housing and Community Development Department return back to the board with a presentation on the existing special events program and seek direction on the potential development of an unruly gatherings ordinance like the city of Salinas. Regarding the Housing and Community Development Department's existing special event program, I'm just going to run down how the processes work. Special events are those events that occur infrequently, occasionally, or from time to time. Permanent or regular events, like those held at event centers, warrant a land use permit. Special events are typically held at golf courses, resorts, hotels, wineries, or other non-residential properties or within the public right-of-way. Private gatherings on residential properties are unregulated under the special events program. The homeowners and tenants are allowed to gather with family and friends. However, the county code and state law would still apply. For example, if a tent exceeding 400 square feet was installed on a property, a tent permit would be required. If the event is open to the public, then the event would not be allowed unless the proper land use permit was obtained for assemblages of people, which is typical of most of our residential districts in the inland and in the coastal zones. It's similar to carnivals, festivals, races, circuses, and those would not be exceeding 10 days and not involving the construction of any permanent facilities. As I mentioned, assemblages of people would require a land use permit under those applicable zoning districts, which are typical in the residential areas. Current practice is to grant a special event ministerial permit based on the applicable permits granted. We don't issue a special event permit per se, but we issue the individual permits concurrently. A tent permit, an encroachment permit, a food vendor permit. Those are all issued at once. Not, it would be dissimilar than a land use permit where the land use permit is issued and all of those permits then become conditions of approval. This is a collection of permits by the applicable agencies that are issued concurrently at one time under a ministerial action, which is not subject to CEQA. After the special event questionnaire is filed by the event coordinator, HCD creates a application number and routes the questionnaire to all of the reviewing agency, fire, sheriff, California Highway Patrol, and the Environmental Health Bureau. HCD has an internal working group that meets every Thursday of each month to discuss the events and set the calendar for the special event task force meeting, which is held on the fourth Thursday of every month, where the agencies get together under a partnership to discuss the particular applications and include the public during those events. Once all the comments and concerns have been addressed, then as I mentioned, all the concurrent permits are issued simultaneous. And again, last point on that is that those permits are exempt from CEQA. No public hearing or notice is warranted under the existing program, with the exception of public notice required for street closures under Chapter 14 of the County Code. We find that the special event program is operating with efficiency and is effective in its design. With that said, though, there are some suggestions that staff is presenting here in front of the board today for comment on to make the process more efficient and to be more engaging with the public. The list there includes some, but we're again looking for board direction. Perhaps you have thoughts on some other enhancements that might be necessary. But to go through the list, we thought HCD staff, it'd be good to, rather than have a questionnaire, reformulate the questionnaire so it's presented more as an application, which is common within other jurisdictions throughout the state. Update the special events website to be more user-friendly. Invite agencies back into the internal work group meetings. The agency participation in those work group meetings stopped or ceased at the cusp of the pandemic, and we have yet to re-invite them back to those internal meetings, but that would be a great benefit should they return. Establish an annual authorization process for common special events at specific locations. For example, at Pebble Beach, where they have reoccurring events calendared throughout the year, we can do that under one application rather than having them come back pretty frequently for these requests. And there may be others throughout the county that are similar in nature. And then provide public notices for special events. And perhaps that notice is for events with attendees more than 50 people or 100 people, up to the board discussion on what that threshold might be. But currently we are not submitting a notice, as I mentioned, for these events, although the public is able to attend the special event task force meeting, and we do welcome their participation in that meeting. But in advance of an event on a particular property in the county, adjoining neighbors are not currently noticed. And then lastly, increase media communication in advance of large-scale special events. Staff is seeking direction on these particular points and others should the board see fit. As an alternative, the board could direct staff to bring back a more comprehensive approach to the existing special events program or revisions thereof, either by resolution or ordinance, depending on the criteria the board that the board would see fit. If so, staff would return at a later date with this comprehensive analysis and provide further suggestions and recommendations. Currently, the processing of special events is done without fee. There are fees applicable to the various permits. As I mentioned, the encroachment permit, the tent permit, there are review fees for those. But the collection of the questionnaire, the routing to the agencies, the Department of Housing and Community Development does not take a fee for that. That is on the department's burden. Currently, it is unfunded. And other agencies are subject to this same issue where, for example, Environmental Health Bureau, as that's reviewing the questionnaire, it is not collecting a fee for that review either. There may be other agencies out there that would be similar to that. EHB does collect, Environmental Health Bureau does collect a fee for the individual permits. So if a temporary food facility would be required to submit an application fee, but again, not for the processing of the special events should there not be a permit under their agency. As the department head for community development, I would suggest the board consider directing staff to proceed forward with an analysis and bring back a particular application fee. I believe that this should not be the burden of the taxpayers at large to fund special events on individual properties, and think that there should be some collaboration in how that application is funded. Lastly, as I mentioned earlier, the board during the noise control ordinance updates did ask the department to bring back an item on unruly gatherings similar to the city of Salinas. Unruly gatherings can vary in definition. The city of Salinas does provide a definition for what unruly gatherings might be, and it might be defined as a gathering on private property, including property used to conduct business in a manner which causes a disturbance of quiet enjoyment of private property or public property by any person or persons. It is staff's impression that under our other regulations under the county code and state law that we do have the ability to control and regulate these types of events. However, should the board desire some regulations specific to defining unruly gatherings and then the regulations thereof and penalties associated with those types of gatherings, then it is within the board's discretion to direct staff to bring back its recommendations and suggestions for that particular ordinance. In closing, and as a reminder, staff's recommendation for the board today is to receive the presentation from Housing and Community Development Department on its existing special events programs and discuss and provide direction regarding possible revisions to the special events program, instituting a fee for special event applications and the appropriateness of an unruly gathering ordinance, and provide further direction to staff as appropriate. I thank you for the opportunity to present this item today. If you have any questions of Liz or I, we may answer those as appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. This has a big impact on a number of us here, sitting here on the dais. I will look down the aisle and see if I have any questions from my colleagues, questions or comments. Looking first to Supervisor Rudasky.
Great. Yes, I definitely have questions. Okay, so there's a lot of pieces of what's being included, what's included in this staff report and recommendations. So I'm going to start with the question of unruly gatherings. And Eric, the staff report says or asserts that the regulations and rules that we have in place are sufficient to address the concerns about unruly gatherings. But what we heard and continue to hear from the community is that we haven't sufficiently been addressing those concerns. So what more, so my assumption is that something more needs to be done. If what we had on the books wasn't sufficient, that was the reason why we sort of suggested that we would pursue a specific ordinance on unruly gatherings. Do we have any additional thoughts, or can you share additional thoughts about why what we have would suddenly become sufficient when it wasn't sufficient in the past?
I think creating another layer of regulations isn't going to assist in addressing the problem as we have it today. It's on the implementation side. So making sure that there is staff and that there is the collaboration amongst the agencies to enforce the existing regulations, the noise control ordinance, which is now under the authority of Housing and Community Development Department, together with the Sheriff's Department, emergency personnel with the fire districts, need to be participating in some of those activities. So it is creating perhaps a workforce similar that's done with the special event task force that, we come together, we talk about the particular events, known locations where these events are occurring, where we can talk about how we can implement our existing regulations. Right now, that's more done in silos. And I hate to say that, but it seems to me that rather than create layers upon layers of regulation, that we look at how we implement them collaboratively.
Okay, and so you feel like the noise ordinance that we introduced has been sufficient to fully address the concerns that were raised?
It has the teeth necessary. Again, it's on the implementation side. So it's having the staff, having the workforce to enforce those regulations.
Okay. I'm not sure that I'm totally convinced. I feel like we sort of heard the community and offered the community a compromise that we would put a noise ordinance in place that was sufficient to deal with the noise issues. But I would be interested in getting an update from North County about how the unruly party situation is moved forward since the noise ordinance. Let's see here. In terms of the special events process and permitting. It's interesting, I've worked with the county for many years, but in District 4, we don't host many special events in the unincorporated portion of the county. So I learned a lot reading through the website and reading through the event application and reading through the staff report. It does seem like there would be an appropriate cost recovery to put in place for the process that you're doing. I am curious, how long does it take on average for staff to help someone navigate through an event application the questionnaire when it comes in?
We do ask that they submit the questionnaire 60 days in advance of the event. There is a review period. I would say that's about a week initially. And then we're gathering for the internal workforce group and then the special event task force group. So it's preparing all of those agendas, gathering, at those particular points in time. I would say for each application, we may spend together with all staff within HCD about 10 hours on
10 hours
each
per application.
particular
Okay.
application. Mhm.
Okay. And the other question that I have when we talk about putting a fee on top of the event application process, my understanding is that that's a voluntary process. So the concern with adding a fee would be that it would no longer be worth, people would avoid the fee and not pursue that, which would be detrimental to the outcome that we're trying to provide here. Is there a way to make the event application part of the event questionnaire part of the application process so that it is required?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
so that
yes,
would be something we would change. In addition to adding a fee, we would also make that part of the required process.
Correct. And I wouldn't say that it's the department's suggestion that we're full cost recovery on all the hours spent. But I would say a portion of those should be covered by and the burden upon the applicants. And so what that is within the discretion of the board. Should we receive direction to proceed forward with bringing that back for consideration, we'll be looking at, our other sister agencies and, adjoining counties to see what's being charged within those counties and really come forward with, an analysis of hours spent on each of these types of applications to present a more comprehensive figure for the board to consider.
Okay. And of the special events, 84 special events that use the process, what is the geographic distribution of where those events are located? Is it primarily District 5?
It is primarily District 5.
Okay. Right. And would they primarily be for-profit organizations? Because I guess the only hesitation I have with putting in place a fee would be we do have sometimes nonprofit groups that want to come in and use, go through process, but they're not profiting off of the actual activity, but there is community benefit. So I would want to make sure that whatever we do, we're cautious about creating.
Yep. Most of them are for profit, but we can look at establishing a fee that would differentiate the two, a fee for nonprofit and a fee for for profit.
All right, those are my questions. I'll have comments later. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was a great comment to Supervisor Rudescu. Supervisor Phillips and then Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I just right off the top, I didn't realize there was anything that the county did that didn't charge a fee for. So, but I do think probably you're right that the people who are applying for the special event probably ought to bear the burden of it versus the general population. I think that would be, at least I would support that coming back for recommendation to us. I like the idea that was brought up, but maybe a difference for profit or nonprofit. But most of the concerns my office gets obviously is for the special events that that involve not the golf courses and the Posse grounds and Pebble Beach and the other ones, but it's the private gatherings. And I understand that the special event ordinance doesn't apply to private gatherings, correct?
That is correct.
But are there any limits on that? Going through in some of the, I think Marla Anderson out in our way brought up some really good points about the private property owner who's having an event. Are there any limits to that? For example, and so just jotted some things down. What if they're having a special event and it's not a family wedding, but they're having a special event and they're inviting 150 or 200 people? The other things that come to mind is a special event where they're having on private property, but it's paid. They're having a party and people are paying $50 to come to the party. I see those things coming into where, to me, it comes into more of a special event. And then what about the ones that have a party, but it's not just once a year, but it's 2 or 3? Would there be any limits to, well, if you're going to have more than 2, big parties a year, should then that require a special event? But all those things are unregulated except for the noise ordinance. Am I? But that's
actually no. The examples that you just gave would be commercial enterprises. So those that you're buying a ticket for, there's some profit and revenue involved in that. Those that are renting their,
so they would have to get
they would have to get a land use permit. And most of the residential zones, I can't speak for all of them, but most of them do allow assemblages of people with a use permit that is subject to the zoning administrator's approval. And some examples given in the code are festivals, circuses, but that, it's not all encompassing. And so uses similar to that can be determined to be consistent with that assemblages of people definition. And so those would be subject again to the use permit approval. So your weddings where you're renting out the property for a profit, those are the commercial enterprises. Those are subject to the regulations. But just, family gatherings, if my daughter's getting married and I want to have family over, that's something completely different. And then as far as the 2 parties, if the board wants to set a threshold for regulating these residential parties, it can do that. And we can come back with a recommendation on what that structure of that permit authority might look like, or if it's done under the auspices of what we currently have and that I described just a moment ago.
Do we usually see the big one of the things we look for out in North County is we're going to have a problem when we see the tents going up. Do we usually see the problems of the loud parties are consistent with the tent? And if they're putting up a tent over 400 square feet, they got to get a permit. Is that?
That's correct. And we are proactive, on the heels of the adoption of the update to the noise control ordinance. We are working with the sheriff's department. We are being more proactive, looking for those tents, educating, make sure you understand that there is a 9, excuse me, a 9 p.m. Curfew on the noise, and that the tents, often electricity is plugged into those, and there's, burners that are under those tents. All of that is regulated. Whether it needs a special event permit, they would still need the necessary permits for the tents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez.
No additional questions. No, I think just a comment at this point. I know we still need to go out to the public, but just I grew up in a house that had parties that exceeded 250 people regularly in the summer that weren't paid or anything like that. So I just want to make sure that, that sort of scenario, my mom would kill me if I did that. So I just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
We aren't issuing retroactive permits if that's what you're.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo, any questions or comments?
I have the same concerns as these family events versus these paid events that take place. And as a memo pointed out, those types of events have increased in terms of applications being submitted. So along with that, I do agree that we should provide direction for staff to come back with a reasonable fee schedule so that not 100% is being put on the backs of the county, but rather those who are applying and will have the event, many times being profitable, could at least pay a reasonable fee for staff to process those permit applications. Thank you.
Thank you. I see we have 2 hands raised, one from a panelist and one from the public, but I've got a couple of questions that I wanted to ask and a couple of comments as well. You've addressed some of these, but I just sort of want to go back over them. I'm concerned about the fact that it indicates that the requirements don't necessarily apply to the residential properties, but it's those events, as we've talked about among all of us, that cause some of the greatest problems for the residents period. I think that there was something that I read that said that public notice is not necessary for certain types of events on residential property. But I'm just wondering if it would be possible for us to strengthen the permit process by saying that if it is a special event, that we should require public notice for all special events in neighborhoods as well, not just dependent on a 400 square foot tent, or I forget what the number of people was, 50 people or so. If you're doing a special event and you have to come in and talk about it, I think that there should be the opportunity for the neighbors to know that this is going to be happening. So I'm hoping that we could do that. I also thought that you mentioned again that there are several different permits that one has to get to be able to do this. But I'm just wondering if it would be possible, as we're looking at special events, if we could just have an umbrella permit that would take care of all of those various things. So people would only have to get one permit. It just took care of everything. I think that might make it a little bit easier, both on the person applying, but I think doesn't it seem like it would be easier on staff as well if there could be just one sort of umbrella permit that would cover everything? What do you think?
In theory, yes. I think it's possible. We'd have to develop the structure and work with our partner agencies within the county and our state agencies, highway patrol and such, to manage that, see how we can come together and cooperatively agree to one permit process. But in theory, it is possible.
That sounds good. Thank you. And I was also concerned about, you indicated that the increased number of special events that you cited with 84 so far just this year, just about the staff time that it takes to manage the special events task force and the review of the questionnaire. So I'm really glad that you're looking at that element of this so that we can ensure that we're capturing the costs that it takes for us to have to be able to do that. And again, going back to the overview, the umbrella, I think it's very frustrating to event coordinators to have to obtain all of these different permits from the multiple agencies. So if there is some way that we could coordinate it, I think that would be terrific and very appreciative by people. The thing that troubles me more than anything else, though, is just looking at the actual enforcement of this, because so many of the things that we've talked about that are problematic are already being addressed by the comments that you had made of what's already in place. But we still find ourselves with such a difficult time, especially in the 5th district, as you know, where most of the events take place, but Supervisor Phillips' district as well. And I'm sure other than Chris Lopez's mother, there are people in South County that are having big parties as well. But I'm really serious about that, because I think that that's really what we are going to have to be focusing on. We can have as much teeth as possible in our special events requirements, but if there isn't anyone to enforce it, it's sort of like, what's the point? This was just not a curiosity question, but a question I wanted to find out. Do people like the tent vendors, do they pay the fee now at this point? If you go to, rent a giant tent, is that permitting process taken care of by that vendor? Or again, would it have to be?
Typically, it's dependent upon the structure of their own contract, the event coordinator and the tent installer.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just finally, I appreciated the City of Salinas ordinance information as well on unruly gatherings. And that the county, you indicated county has existing codes, but again, it's, are they not being enforced? And your thought was that an unruly gathering ordinance really isn't needed. But do our existing codes also provide for the cost recovery, as does the Salinas code?
We do have penalties for enforcement of our, for example, our noise control ordinance. There are associated penalties when we do an administrative citation. It is not full cost recovery. It could add up to a fair amount, though, based on the number of violations that are received on a particular property.
Okay, thank you. Again, I think that Supervisor Root Askew's comment, supported by Supervisor Phillips and certainly by me as well, is that when we look at what the fee structure is, that there would be a separate fee structure for not-for-profit events, since the benefit of, public benefit is certainly different than private benefit. So I hope that we would be able to look forward to that. And then finally, do you know, we've had so many different issues that have come forward with problems. Is the zoning administrator approving these parties that have been, causing so much grief in the various districts?
We don't get a lot of assemblages of people, applications. They're infrequent. We do receive them primarily in the Carmel Valley. So in your district, we receive a couple applications. I can think of one now that's been received that we're in the process of vetting. They tend to be, larger properties that can handle the parking. They're not in proximity to higher density residential subdivisions. They tend to be associated with some element of agriculture. So there is a combination of things that really cause one to want to propose assemblages of people, and then all of the ancillary uses that might come along with that, the alcohol sales, the live entertainment, those sorts of things. Usually it becomes a quasi-event center or just a flat-out event center. So we do receive a couple from time to time, but they're not frequent.
And those would now, under the new proposals, what would be the difference between now and what the new proposals would have?
So those do not fall under the special event. Those become, the quasi-event centers locations where once that land use entitlement has been authorized by the zoning administrator or on appeal to the board, that land use permit authorizes those ongoing events at the frequency and at the under the terms and conditions of approval for that particular property. And those authorizations can go outside of the noise control ordinance. So, they're through that discretionary action, there may be a limitation of 10 p.m. rather than 9 p.m. That it will regulate the alcohol sales if those are allowed, or live entertainment. But those are, again, separate from the special events. The special events program is really intended for the one-offs, those events that are occurring from time to time, infrequently, on a non-residential property or within the public right of way. So you're seeing those typically, Laguna Seca, there's a lot of special events that are occurring out there. We've historically seen them at the Posse grounds, and we're trying to get those that are more regular under these entitlements. So we're not having to do them from time to time, because this again is the intent is that these are very infrequent. They're, and I don't want to set a timeline, but they are limited in their scope.
So going back to the previous ones that are not really special events, but where the permit then stays with the land.
Yes.
Are those events having to be publicly noticed?
They are.
They are. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for that. And I will go now to the public. And I see we have two hands raised. The first one is Yuri Anderson. Who's or is it? Ms. Anderson, I do not hear you responding, so I'm going to go to the next person, and then looks like you took your hand down. Okay, thank you. The next person whose hand is raised is someone whose phone ends in 833.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I this is Marla Anderson. I don't know if I picked up under my, I'm 833 is the last.
Yes,
three. So
yes.
It's the right time? Oh.
Yes, this is the right time for you to speak. Thank you.
Okay, great. So Supervisor asked you, wanted to know how are things going out here. And I live in somewhat of a, you could say, a sound corridor, so I hear a lot, unfortunately. For a while, it did kind of settle down. I'm not quite sure why, but it did. But there are still, but it's starting to creep back up again. And then I hear that there's like these sort of this same general area people. They are little by little, the volume's coming back up again. And very few of these parties are ever over by 9 o'clock. I would say almost none of them. So if the word is getting out, it's getting out very piecemeal and little by little over time, whatever gains have been made for the part of the residents, they are becoming lost. So, of course, my concern is needing, better enforcement. But I also am feeling that it's really important that the officers in any of these ordinances have a better standard to measure disturbance by. And the Unruly Gathering ordinance talks about substantial disturbance, but they don't define that. And out here in the country, depending on where you're located and the topography, it may not quote unquote disturb a significant segment of any one particular neighborhood. It may just disturb like 2 or 3 people that are located far apart from each other, depending on how this sounds. So
Ms. Anderson, I so appreciate your comments, and unfortunately, your 2 minutes is completed. But I want you to know that your voice is heard. You've even been quoted in today's meeting. So thank you for your comments, and we very much appreciate your attention to these issues. I do not see any other hands raised. Is there anyone else in chambers who wishes to address this item today? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Any final comments before we make a motion to move forward? I would suggest that we move to support the staff and direct them to implement the enhancements of the current practice that they have described in the staff report. But I'm also hoping that we might ask them to please consider doing an umbrella special event permit, and then ensuring that we have a fee for the processing. And that would be my motion, if there's a second to that.
Yeah, I'll second
Let's
that.
have a second. Okay, thank you very much. So we have a motion, we have a second.
Just
We have a
a
hand.
point of question,
Mhm.
and I'm going to ask, I think Supervisor Phillips, in terms of the continuing to give direction to explore the unruly gathering ordinance, is that something that you feel like we need to give direction today to continue down that path? Or do you feel like that your community is well served by the existing ordinances? I'm going to, I think, defer to your guidance on this.
I tend to agree with Eric that I think the ordinance has been in place. The bigger problem is the enforcement on it. I know I've been working with Eric, and I've offered, if they're going to have someone on board on the weekends where most of our problems occur, that they would be welcome to use my office and things. The bigger problem we have is when they go out to that site and to get things fixed, they need some backup, and that's where it's been kind of slow. Even the sheriff's deputies don't want to go out to a party that's raging with 150 people there who have been imbibing without some other deputies backing up, and that was the thing that I've called a number of times and finally had to get to the watch commander to say, can you send someone out to back up our person? So hopefully we can get a little more, and when they have gone out and finally got there, they asked the people to shut it down, and they did. And the biggest problem is the amplified music. So I'm not sure it's tweaking the legislation versus trying to get better support from some of our agencies.
Okay, so maybe if I could just then suggest that we, in addition to the motion Mary Friendly amendment, be to ask that staff just report back to us in 6 months with an update on the types of complaints that we're continuing to receive, so that we can assess if there is a need to pursue it, but give us a chance for the existing new noise ordinance to be tested. But I do just want to make sure that we're responsive to that community need, because when we made that approved the noise ordinance, we recognized that there were maybe 2 different issues, and I want to make sure we're not leaving the other one hanging. But
I think
if you're
that's-
okay adding that to the
I'd like
motion.
to add that to the motion, and I'm hopeful that the second will carry that as well.
Sure.
Okay, and then I see Supervisor Alejo, your hand is up.
Yeah, because I don't know what the motion includes. I mean, there was several bullet points in the memo that said they might have some further enhancements, and I agree with some of them, but I don't agree with all of them. For example, on the public notices for specific types of events, I can understand when we have businesses or corporations who come in, apply, and they have an event, for example, at Car Week, at one of the houses at Pebble Beach. But and so that makes sense to me. But if it's a family gathering, I want to make sure this doesn't again target working families who often have family gatherings of easily over 50 people at their house. So similar concerns as the past. I want to make sure that Latino or other working families don't become over targeted for this just because of the size of their family getting together.
Any comments on that from either the staff or from the board?
I may make a comment if I may, Chair.
Thanks. Thank you.
This is intended to be for those special events that are subject to the program. For those residential properties that are unregulated under our special event program, they would not receive a notice. It was intended that this be for those non-residential properties and those within the public right of way, unless there's other direction from the board.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Thank you.
Yeah, that is tricky for us though, because I very much want to respect what Supervisor Alejo is proposing. Novin wants to make sure Chris's mother is unhappy, but more to the point, it is often those neighborhoods the residential neighborhoods in my district that are having the special events that cause so many of the problems in the Carmel Valley, as you indicated, and other places. So my hope is that we would look at strengthening the notice situation for the residential areas. And I don't know what we can do to try to make it to satisfy both situations. But I do know that if the public is alerted to something, they can handle it a whole lot more easily than if, once again, somebody's having a loud party with, amplified music, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So maybe what would be possible is when you go back to do more research on this, we could come back with some facts that would make it easier for us to come to agreement among ourselves as a board on how we can handle both Supervisor Alejo's concern as well as the concern of the people in my district.
Through the chair, maybe just as simple as saying like with exclusions for family events or with exclusions for with certain types of exclusions that address what it is we're talking about, because I think we're talking about two very different types of events.
I agree. That is it. Yeah.
And I think we can support Supervisor. I would feel like we would want to support what Supervisor Alejo is alluding to, while also providing the opportunity for, if it's a for-profit event that's happening in a neighborhood, it's a very different thing than my family's having a celebration at my child's graduation or whatever the issue is. So, we've had birthday parties at our house that probably exceed 50 people. So, I think if there's a way to address that, Eric, I would support both things.
Agreed.
Okay, so at this point, we have a motion on the floor that would be to direct staff to implement the enhancements in the current practice described in the report. And then we added in the looking forward to an umbrella special events permit, researching that, and a fee for the processing. And then adding to that now, if you could help us figure out a determination between public notice for family events in residential areas versus big special events in residential areas.
Yes, and I would just offer, I had a note here to report back in 6 months regarding the number of violations that we're receiving. So the board can consider whether it's going to direct an unruly gathering ordinance in the future.
Yes, and that too. Okay, good. Okay, so that's the motion.
Just in terms of clarity, I too support that position of not wanting to impact my mom.
You do support that. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so if we could please have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your work on this, Mr. Lundquist. I know it's frustrating when we're throwing a motion that's got 15 clauses in it, but thank you so much. I know you do a great job with it. You've got a super team you've brought together as well. So thank you.
They're
for
very
that.
helpful. Appreciate that.
Okay, we will close item number 23. And if I could get support from the board, I would like to ask if we could postpone item number 24, the County Climate Action Plan and Municipal Action Climate Action Plan presentation until next week.
Is the correct language to trailer that to next Tuesday?
Or continue.
Continue to next Tuesday?
Next Tuesday.
So moved.
Okay, thank you very much.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could I please have a vote?
Public comment?
Is there any member of the public that wishes
Sure.
to comment on moving item number 24 to next week? Or continuing it to next week? I'm not seeing any hands up or any people racing to the podium to complain about it to me. So we will go ahead and have a vote on that, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew? And Chair Supervisor Adams?
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much to staff who agreed to allow us to continue that item. Now we will go to item number 25, which is to introduce, waive reading of, and set September 6th, 2022 at 10:30 as the date and time to consider adoption of an ordinance amending chapter 7.100 of the Monterey County Code to reduce commercial cannabis business tax rates for mixed light indoor cultivation. Retroactive, it says October 1st, 2022, but I believe they mean 2021. And authorize the board by resolution to waive and or stay interest and penalties for cannabis operators with delinquent business taxes, as we have noted in the agenda.
And Sheriff, I could interject, this just popped out at me. You all do not meet September 6th because that's the day after Labor Day. So I think what we would need to do is set September 13th is the day for adoption at 10:30 a.m.
Thank you so much for that wonderful observation. And we will change that. Do we need to have a motion to do that, to change it? It was noticed.
I think it's a part of the motion with what all you decide to do. Let's
Okay.
make sure the motion includes that date change.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, thank you. So we're lucky, not lucky, we're fortunate to have with us Ms. Joanne Iwamoto, who's going to be doing the presentation with her team.
Okay, well, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Adams, members of the board, Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. Here with me today is Norma Estevez and Miles Etchenik, and we're just now trying to connect and get that slideshow going. Thank you, Norma. Next slide. So today we are here to present the amendments to Monterey County Code, Chapter 7.100, per the direction of this board. For information only, here are the options the board did present. The program presented on July 26th, and the board did approve option number 3. Next slide. On July 26th, there was another item on consent, and it was to adopt an ordinance of 7.100. And unfortunately, the staff had mistakenly used the incorrect version of the ordinance. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. The board did approve, as you can see on your screen, the reduction to the cultivation rates. Next slide, please. The proposed ordinance presented today is the first reading, and it follows option number 3, which is to retroactively reduce the cultivation rates to $3 for indoor and $2 for mixed light. And it does extend the conditional waiver of penalties and interest to January 31st, 2023. Based on the current square footage, the estimated commercial cannabis tax revenue is $7.5 million. It also provides for those operators who have not paid their commercial cannabis taxes for fiscal year 21-22, quarters 2, 3, and 4, that they will not be found delinquent. A refund to the operators is estimated at approximately $384,000, and staff is working with the auditor controller, the budget office, and the treasurer tax collector on that refund process. Next slide, please. And that pretty much concludes our presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Joanne. I will look to my right and see if Supervisor Askew has any questions. Supervisor Lejo, have you any questions on this item?
No.
Okay. Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Phillips. Okay, we have no questions. We will take it out to the public, though, for public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board for additional discussion. Is there any member of the public who would like to come forward to testify or to ask questions or make comments on this item?
Good afternoon. Jay Brooks from Ladybug Farms. You'll be sick of seeing me now. I apologize. I lost my voice a little bit as well.
Just wanted to probably ask the supervisors in the program to see if they'd reviewed, somewhat of a thoughtful option proposal that we sent out 2 personal emails and also sent out to the program as well to really, look at an alternative proposition that was proposed by the program and the Treasury tax collector. yeah, I think there's definitely a consensus and a sense that from all operators that, it's our job to come here and to try and represent to you just how dire the situation is for cannabis operators. And it's not getting any worse, and it's not getting any better, and it will continue to get worse. And I believe that there's more option that is likely to be taken. I'd also add one provision to the late payments as well, because we are in this position as, if you can look at all payments due from fiscal year 21-22 to be moved to the previously adopted timeframe, that would definitely help any operators that are in delinquency, and give operators the best possible chance of navigating out of delinquency and into good standing. I think there's some language in the program and in the ordinance around good standing and operating in good faith. And I think all operators in the program at this point have been operating for, years in the program now, and have essentially laid the foundation to the Monterey County Cannabis Program. Like, all of these operators are trying to operate and conduct their business in good standing and in good faith. And I just ask that the supervisors, really look at that and consider that, because there's a lot of businesses here that, are going to go out of business. And there's a lot of businesses that are fighting to stay in business, and we are one of those. And I just ask that you consider that. The program does a good job advocating, but at the same length and the same breadth, there is a reduction in the overall program. There's a reduction in operators, there's a reduction in canopy, yet, everything is getting larger in terms of budget and application of money spent on regulating the program. I ask that you reassess that, because, we all have a fiscal responsibility to the community, and at this point to operators who are, fighting to stay alive. So I appreciate the time.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Kat Mineo. I'm one of the attorneys for JRG Attorneys at Law. We represent some of the cannabis operators in this county. I just want to reiterate, we had signed, along with many of the operators, the letter that was sent out over the weekend to the board, and we hope that you'll consider that in addition to what's being proposed today. It's been outlined, and discussed, and we really feel that we are grateful for the relief that you all are considering at this point. But we are trying to look at the long term. And to be honest, I don't think that we want to be here before you again asking. And I think that if it's not considered more with that long-term plan in mind, especially the current quarter of taxes for the fiscal year and how that may impact operators' ability, not only to pay what's owed, but to pay what's going to be owed. So I would just ask for your consideration, and we appreciate all the work that the cannabis program staff has put in, both having dialogue with us and with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else in the chambers who wishes to make comment before I go to the people who have called in online? Okay. I will first go to Joey Espinosa.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just perfectly.
Okay, perfect. So I've spent the past 2 months helping several operators renew their state licenses. As I mentioned in a previous meeting, June through August, Monterey County operators have had to spend over $3 million to renew their state licenses. These expenses, along with the market conditions, have greatly affected the ability to pay taxes timely. The truth is, some who have renewed their licenses will still fail and have to close down. However, I hope that the board and staff recognizes that renewing state licenses is a symbol of the operator's commitment to staying in Monterey County. At our last meeting, it seemed staff was supportive of option 4, including our tax collector. The board felt we must at least look at a cost recovery option. There seemed to be a consensus that a hybrid of options 3 and 4 would be a good path forward. I agree with this and know we likely need a bit more time to figure that out. I'm asking the Board of Supervisors to approve the change of the due date so that we have more time to understand what cost recovery will look like. I'm fearful many will not be able to afford paying this during what is traditionally the worst time of year for operations. I think it is worth mentioning that the growers in the letter you received represent over 2 million square feet, which is a majority of your industry. Lastly, the approaching deadlines for operators to complete land entitlement and conditions is a very important conversation we should begin to have. If the cost of taxes do not take out the businesses, these requirements, and more importantly, their timelines, most certainly will. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Espinosa. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to make comments at this point? Yes, I see Aaron Johnson's hand is raised. Aaron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Aaron Johnson on behalf of clients at JRG. I just wanted to reiterate the things that have been said by others before me. I thought at the last hearing we were getting to a point that more closely resembled the suggestion by Jake in his letter to you. And I would just ask the board to give serious consideration to that proposal, because I think what it gets closer to is the concept of cost recovery, and also allows for the operators to have enough time to weather this storm. I mean, we've said it over and over again, but essentially that's the request. And I thought the approach that we took at the last hearing, it sounded like we were heading that way. It's just at the very last part of the hearing, I think it defaulted to 3, if I remember correctly. So I'll just ask the board to please give serious consideration to the letter that you received. We're all in support of it. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Are there any other comments from the public on this item before I bring it back to the board for additional comments? And I'll make a few on my own then. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So I am conscious of and have looked at the letters that have been sent. And I was supportive. I wanted to support the motion on July 26th. But I still believe that this ordinance is not going to provide the significant and sufficient relief that the industry actually needs. What the industry is proposing, however, is much more drastic cuts. But I would still support the previous option 4 that was presented to us, as I believe that this would provide a clean slate for operators moving forward. Option 4, waiving the cultivation tax on the last 3 quarters of the last fiscal year, would give us the opportunity to provide substantial relief. And we can change the rate to be more realistic as we move forward. I really hope that the board also would consider in its direction clarity that permits will not be revoked if operators are making progress on their payments, even if they're not paid in full. I would like to see that modification to the good standing criteria, because I know that that's, if we're not going to go to item 4, to option 4, as I'm hoping maybe we would, I think that we need to make sure that those operators who are trying and who are making payments are really protected by ensuring that their permits will not be revoked if they are not paid in full. I think option 4 would not result in having to do any reductions of the program. And I'm just wondering if there is any interest from my colleagues at all of revisiting this and going to look at option 4 as opposed to option 3 that we moved forward the last time. Is there anyone who's interested in looking at this, at looking at what we might be able to do to help this industry that is still trying to find its feet, and to ensure that we continue to have an industry so that we aren't finding ourselves in another few months or another 6 months just looking at what's been lost, when with just such a minor change here today, we might have been able to salvage some of the additional people who have really been trying and struggling to figure all of this out, and to be able to continue to work to ensure that we do have a cannabis program that is robust in our county and that will continue to provide the funding that it has. I'm hearing no one speaking. Is there anyone who would like to join me in this at all? Moving from option 3 to option 4. Yes, Supervisor.
Sorry, not to that point, but in the same vein, I'm comfortable moving forward with what we have on the table today, while acknowledging and recognizing that the work we need to do isn't done. There's nothing saying that we cannot continue to do this work. And I've heard some great ideas and options. I've talked with a lot of members of industry and I've seen some drafts of things. They're not ready yet. We're not seeing solutions yet, but what's done here does provide some relief immediately for some folks. And I think that's important. But some of the proposals about going back and, changing rates and arrears and the impacts, we've had some conversations about that. And I don't know that that's the right answer for us. So I'm comfortable moving forward with what's on the table today while acknowledging that the door's not closed and the work is not ending here. But today I'm not comfortable going back to 4. I think we had a great conversation last time, and I'm prepared to move on what we have laid out now, knowing that we have a few weeks still before it comes back to us, acknowledging that the work that needs to be done is going to take longer than even that time frame that's currently available.
And do you feel like that would be something that we should be doing in the cannabis
Through the committee? Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I just don't know that it's even ready for that yet. And then from there it comes, we have a process, but I think trying to sort of craft up here again after we had such a long meeting on it, I'm not prepared to do that today.
Okay. Are you supportive though of just providing clarity? I guess we can bring
On the question of good standing, that is something I'm comfortable giving direction. I just question, we're adding language and we're going to have to come back and we'll delay the whole process, right? Since this is the initial hearing, or to council, how does that process work in terms of changing or amending, adding language?
Looks like Deputy County Counsel Robert Breyer can address that.
Yes, thank you. I can answer that question. Good standing criteria was staff created and therefore could be staff modified. So it would not affect the ordinance that's before the board today or the timing.
Great, good. So you're good with that as well. So do we need to make that part of the motion specifically?
Yes, I think that's helpful. And then also remember the date change on the adoption date.
Okay, thank you.
So, and let me just chime in there. I'm not sure exactly what is meant by, making progress, making payments. I think the last time the board met, you did give until January of 2023. If you're talking about going beyond January of 2023, I think that might be inconsistent with the language that the board provided previously.
And what I understood was it needed additional clarification, but I do think the correct direction was given in terms of our expectation, in terms of that definition of good standing that was set off this dais. There's language, but I'll acknowledge I read it and it doesn't make me feel like, well, 100% it's all there. But I think intent matters. We're sitting here on record in a recorded meeting stating that our intent is we're not intending to throw people out who are working with us and making progress. And that comes back to staff.
Okay, thank you. So this is going to be a tough motion to craft.
Can I comment? May I make a comment?
I would love to hear from you.
So I just want so that we have clarification. So there is a difference between the good standing criteria and operators who have actually achieved the cannabis business permit. For those that have achieved the cannabis business permit, we would follow the Monterey County Chapter 7.9, and it clearly identifies delinquency among other evaluations of the operator itself. So I just want to be clear in my understanding that if an operator is found to be delinquent for the quarters that are not included in the period that allows them to pay in January, the program would then follow that ordinance.
The ordinance that would take them out of good standing.
Well, and that's what I'm saying is that the good standing criteria is for those operators who have not received local authorization as far as meeting the land use permit and obtaining the cannabis business permit, which is the majority of our operators. But we do need to understand for those that are either in the good standing criteria or the ones that do have a cannabis business permit, that permit would be in jeopardy of either suspension or revocation. But that is how it's written. And please, if council needs to correct what I'm saying.
No, I don't want to correct. I just had a follow-up question. Doesn't today's ordinance cover that through the waiver?
Not fiscal year 21-22, quarter one, and any quarters prior to that.
So those are individuals that were delinquent long before the original waiver went in place.
Correct. And the question may come up, why didn't the program make an action at that point? Is there were a lot of other circumstances that were going on between the program and their councils.
Do you have any comments on that, Chris? Yeah.
I think still what we're dealing with in today's economy, I'm comfortable with the way it's written, but that intent is clear to staff. But the period we're talking about, if you're talking about going even further back, I don't think that's what we're talking about today. If that's something you were trying to do today,
I was not.
then I think we're good to go with the language with the clarification given in the bias.
Is that clear then?
Yes. So it's clear for the program that for those that are considered delinquent, the program will then move forward with either
outside the windows not covered by the language in the documents that we're approving today, correct? Well, not approving today, but moving forward to not the 6th, but the 12th, 13th. Yeah.
Okay, so the program will not take any action until after the second reading, although if they're delinquent, they are.
Right. No, but in the quarters you were talking about, not.
Oh, correct. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry, Supervisor Lopez. Yes. So the program would not take any action for those that fall into the period where they're allowed that waiver.
Right.
To pay. No, we won't. And as discussed, we can bring this back to the Cannabis Committee and talk about the good standing criteria to see where we might be able to make some adjustments.
That works.
Okay.
So do we need to include all of that that language in the motion, or is that?
I don't
that
think
was
we
just
do.
clarifying.
I was really, I appreciate that. And thank you for letting me ask the question.
Okay. Chris, I think you're going to have to help me here.
So at this point, I'm going to be happy to make a motion to push this forward, meaning that we will take staff recommendation with a minor amendment of changing the date from the 6th to the 13th for the next portion of the required action. And with that, the clear intent given for good standing with direction that staff bring that back to the Cannabis Committee for additional conversation about making sure that we are doing what we can to support and uphold the industry that is currently in Monterey County.
Eloquent. How about that? I'm happy to second that. Someone's has their hand, but we're in the portion of the meeting where we're making a motion and a second. County Council's coming forward.
I apologize, Chair, but there is also an ordinance first reading today, and the motion should probably include some action on that. That's all I wanted to say.
That was the staff recommendation portion of the comments.
Thanks.
Okay.
Got you.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Okay. So we have a motion and we have a second. And could we have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Lejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Ruascu and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. And it was hard for me to vote aye on that, but I am hopeful that at the Cannabis Committee meeting, we will also have a discussion about looking at option 4, option 3, a hybrid, and also the letters that we have received, just so we can discuss that because the door is not totally shut. Correct? Okay. Yes, Ms. Iwamuro.
I just wanted to say that the Cannabis Committee meeting meets on September 1st, and that agenda pretty much has been set. So did you want me to make an adjustment to the agenda?
I think it would be a good idea to do that.
To make an adjustment. Okay, yes. We will do that.
Good. Thank you. Thank you so very much. It is not easy making sausage in public, particularly. Okay, thank you. So with that, I'm going to close item number 24. And we will move forward with new referrals. So I will look to my able county administrative officer here to move us forward now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think you were closing 25 there.
I did close 25.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. So the new referrals, you have two new referrals this week. One is by Supervisor Alejo, and ask you to include essentially monitoring of the Family and Children Services programs of Department of Social Services within that 3H committee. Now I just forgot the name of the 3H committee, the Housing. Thank you. Health, Housing, and Human Services Committee. And that is one referral. And that would obviously be assigned to the Department of Social Services to bring back any ways that any implementation pieces that are needed to put that as part of that committee. And then your second referral today is to your elections registrar of voters to establish an election fee schedule for recounts, and Gina Martinez, our registrar of voters, would be assigned that referral. And if there are any questions or additional direction on either of those referrals at this time, you can make that, you can give that direction, or you can wait until the initial response to those referrals comes back in 3 weeks.
Thank you. Supervisor Rudascu.
Yeah, I just want to appreciate the many staff members and Department Director Laura Medina, the California Welfare Directors Association Director, the conversations I've been able to have with Charles to help us craft the referral on Family and Children's Services. I know that there's the needs in that department are great for both resources and support from this board to ensure that they can effectively provide the care that our community expects and deserves. So I just wanted to thank everyone who helped us craft that into what ended up being submitted. And I look forward to being able to talk more.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Askew. And I think as you and I discussed, as well as the discussions that I had with Lori Medina, the Director of Department of Social Services, is that by having the committee's input, it actually can provide some additional resources and sounding boards about how processes should be and the challenges that they face, because it's a very difficult job that her staff do, especially in the Child Protective Services arena. And we know that the board is looking to try to provide as much support as possible to those county employees.
Thank you very much for that. Supervisor Alejo, your hand's up.
Madam Chair, I quickly just wanted to add, though, that we're not reinventing the wheel here. Santa Clara County has a similar committee, and that's what this would be modeled, but obviously trying to shape it to fit our county. So, there's definitely some needs there that this would help with, but I just wanted to state that some counties already have a similar committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there anything else you wish to? Good. Okay. Thank you very much. We will now bring it back to County Administrative Officer comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No comments this week. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll go to board comments. I will start with Supervisor Phillips.
I don't have much, but I was able to get over to the track on Saturday. I was truly impressed with what was going on there and how well it was received. And it's Car Week is back, and the track really did a great job in opening up the hospitality for a lot of citizens. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Given the time constraints we have today, I'll just share that the JPA board for I'm going to get it wrong, Salinas Valley Broadband, JPA, did approve the contract with Golden State Connect Authority at our last meeting. And today we received word that EDA has funded the Golden State Connect Authority for nearly $3 million to continue doing that work to expand broadband in our rural communities, including South County. So good things happening. Just wanted to share that good news with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a lot of comments on Car Week, but I'll wait until the end to do those. Supervisor Root Askew.
Yeah, thank you so much. A couple announcements. Today at 4:30, I want to announce that there'll be a monkeypox informational seminar on the science and the stigma. That'll be via Zoom from 4:30 to 6:30. It'll be you can log on, either check on the county website or our social media, but it's also at bit.ly/MC-MPX is the way to access the Zoom. That's hosted by the Epicenter with a number of other partners supporting that. Will have Spanish language interpretation as well as American Sign Language interpretation provided. So just log on and learn more. The District 4 team will be out at the West End Festival this weekend, so stop by and say hello. We'd love to see you. And then on August 31st at 5:30, I'll be hosting a town hall meeting at the Marina Public Library at 5:30. That'll be open to the public. We'll be talking about some of the work we've been doing on behalf of the community and soliciting feedback. I wanted to thank the folks at Monterey One Water for hosting Yuri Anderson and I for a mountain bike tour of the Pure Water Monterey facilities. We saw all of the injection well sites while also cruising around Fort Ord on our mountain bikes. It was fabulous, and I look forward to finding a way that we can make that tour open and accessible to the public. I learned a lot. I'll just make another request in terms of adjournments and memory. I know we have a number of those on our meeting today. I wanted to request that next week we adjourn in memory of Carmen Ramirez, who was a supervisor in Ventura County, formerly the mayor of Oxnard, who had a very sudden and untimely passing. It's shaken, I think, many across the state who knew and loved her. So if we could add that to our agenda for next week, that would be great. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I wanted to thank the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers because they are doing some great trainings on services for our homeless. They had their first training about a week ago on McKinney-Vento, which is the federal law that provides resources for homeless students. And we heard from some experts from the local school district that prompted me saying that we should invite county supervisors, our staffs, city managers, city council members, other elected, and the community at large, really, because I think if we're trying to address homelessness, these trainings would help us be more effective policymakers when it comes to addressing this crisis. I know today during our meeting, they had one on housing first, but they have some other upcoming ones that they have on their social media. The next one will be on mainstream benefits, then another one on domestic violence, and then another one on workforce development. Just on Car Week, I just want to say I think it was a really great week for Monterey County. Certainly a lot of wonderful events all throughout the county, and I think locals and tourists enjoyed those events very much. And certainly there was a lot of great, it was a great gathering at our Laguna Seca as well. So I just want to acknowledge everybody's efforts to make this a successful weekend. We couldn't ask for better weather. But on that same point, there's another event coming up on Saturday in Old Town Salinas. It's the PAL Car Show. So it's the post-Car Week event in downtown Salinas. But all the money goes to help raise money for the Police Athletic League of Salinas so they can continue their events for our youth sports after school programming. So I just wanted to encourage locals to come check out all the beautiful cars. Mine will be there this Saturday. I think it starts at 10 o'clock. And there's also the Veterans Barbecue Cook-Off. That's another event that helps the Salinas Veterans Day Parade that's coming up in November. So 2 good events in downtown Salinas. So hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I've got a number of things I want to talk about with Car Week, but I first want to take a second and thank Dr. Chad Harris and his team for a really wonderful interactive tour of Natividad Medical Center for myself and my staff. It's just so clear when you have the opportunity to be there that the highly trained, dedicated, and compassionate staff at Natividad Medical Center is really something. And as a trauma 2 hospital, we're just saving more lives than with the added resources and the staff. As an example, just the shark bite that we had this past week, and then the second one that we had. So it's wonderful to be able to have that as a little jewel in our crown. Also want to thank the Office of Emergency Services. They did outreach to the supervisors' offices to ensure that we were up to date on all kinds of activities and efforts that was led by the OAS team, including the great work that they did collaborating through Car Week. It was wonderful, the Nixle use that was done to let people know what the traffic issues were and people were able to, successfully avoid some really difficult traffic situations. But our office did not receive the kinds of phone calls that we have in the past. I think people are settling in a little bit and just really enjoying the things that we can have as far as local residents that we can just enjoy that don't cost any money. And look at the beautiful cars. At Laguna Seca, there were more than 25,000 people in attendance Saturday, with the gates up more than 35% over 2019. There was a new look versus how we looked in the previous years, and it was just really spectacular. Community Day was on Sunday, and it was a big success with the hill climb that took place, which was cars driving the track in reverse. So they were having to go up what they call the corkscrew. And a lot of locals turned out, and it looks like it was something that people just really, really enjoyed. All of those people made a big difference in town as well. And while we don't have any actual data, I have reached out to the MCCVB, and we know that room revenue was really good. It was a great year. Visitor spending was therefore very good. One of the things that was really particularly good, though, and we noticed it at the track as well, is that there were a lot more international travelers. International travelers are critical to us, to our tourism industry, because they stay a lot longer, they do more, and they spend more money in our community. So we're really very thankful and welcome people who come to us from wherever they are all around the world. People say that Car Week wasn't quite back to normal, but we certainly are getting there. I think the figure was $428 million that was spent on cars during the car auctions. I mean, that's an unbelievable, yeah, it is, an unbelievable amount of money that people seem to have to spend on things like that. So I guess we're glad that they're spending it here. Also, just want to say that we're going to have our next quarterly Big Sur Multi-Agency Advisory Council meeting this Friday in Big Sur at 10 o'clock. And as usual, they're going to be held in person, and it will be held at the Big Sur Lodge. So that is my thoughts for the day. I realized that I did not ask for public comment on new referrals, and I may have missed someone who may be interested in commenting, although I do not see. Yeah. Here we go. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me for not asking for comment beforehand.
People on Zoom that have their hands raised.
I see. I have one person whose hand is raised.
Okay, perfect. My name is David Rosen. I'm a social worker with Family and Children's Services. I wanted to take a moment to say thank you to the board for considering the referral regarding my department. Our department right now is having severe issues with staffing. We have 27 vacant social worker positions. That's over a third of our staff. It's impacting our ability to provide services to the community. There are other severe problems that have led to state investigation, and there are several concerns that are leading to retention issues. We're hoping that this committee or this directive for the 3H committee can help provide some relief. However, we are concerned that this is in the long term. And we're also hoping that the board can assist with some short-term solutions by working with you, the board, as well as having you work with your CAO and with their executive management. Some things that we've proposed in the past that we'd like to propose again is things like considering the difficult to fulfill provisions in the PPPR, as we have met several of the criteria, and we continue to have recruitments that are not going filled. We continue to have extreme staffing vacancies, and we need ways to not only improve our recruitment tactics, but also improve our ability to retain experienced social workers. It's to the point where we are not able to function. We need to be able to manage crises 24/7. We need to be able to have time to rest and make sound decisions. So again, thank you very much for being able and willing to consider this motion, but also please be willing to work with us again in the future as we continue to work on this situation together. I also,
thank you so much for your
15
comments.
seconds. I have a petition with 30 signatures, and we're continuing to gain more signatures, and we did want to provide it to your clerk so that way you could have it. It represents our wishes as we previously stated.
Thank you so much for your comments today. Next, we have Mary Lou Gomez. Ms. Gomez, if you can unmute yourself, there we go. And
Yes,
you have
hi. My name is Mary Lou Gomez, and I'm a social worker for Family and Children's Services. I don't have an easy job, but I love what I do. Knowing that children are safe because of the work that we do helps us sleep at night. However, chronic understaffing and mismanagement has left this critical system in a critical failure. We appreciate and thank the board for their support in providing oversight to this department so we can continue providing essential services to the children and families of this county. While oversight is appreciated, it is a long-term solution, and we need an immediate solution to address the fundamental crises that this department is facing. With the 27 vacancies, almost a third of our staff positions, we're lacking experienced workers to be able to manage crises, and any recruitment will not be able to provide relief until the beginning of next year due to training requirements. I, along with my colleagues, would like to respectfully demand the following actions. Direct your CAO to determine that the positions in this department are difficult to fill, as defined in the PPPR, and direct your executive management to work with the HR directors to provide a retention differential to encourage people to stay while also strengthening prospects for recruitment under the recruitment differential provisions of this section of the PPPR. Ask your CEO to have this executive management comply with the current state investigation into FCS and ensure that all recommendations that are implemented and followed. Direct your CAO to instruct Irma Ramirez-Bo, Ariana Hurtado, and Lori Medina to negotiate in good faith with SEIU regarding the excessive workload conditions that every employee in this department is experiencing, and provide immediate solutions and plan to resolve this issue before the community is impacted. I truly appreciate the board's foresight to provide oversight to this department and encourage you to continue using this foresight to assist FCS in fixing the issues that brought this department to your attention in the first place. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate you guys hearing me out.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Gomez. Next, we have Crystal Arevalo.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, thank you.
My name is Crystal Arevalo, and I'm a social worker with the Department of Family and Children's Services. First, I want to say that I love my job. I love working with families and ensuring that children are safe in their homes. However, working for the Department of Family and Children's Services has not been easy. We are currently severely understaffed, overworked, and experiencing high levels of stress. So much so that my colleagues are going out on leave. I appreciate the board for their support on an oversight committee. However, I would like to see immediate solutions to address this crisis that we are in. I would like the board to address the immediate concern of the excessive workload that we are facing. Not only are myself and my colleagues impacted by this excessive workload, but my family is also now feeling this impact. And I love my job, I love my community, and I just want to make sure that children are safe in their homes. And in order to do that, we need to be able to have a manageable workload. And right now, it's not manageable. So hopefully this board can come together to come up with some immediate solutions for the Department of Family and Children's Services to ensure that children are in fact safe in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arevalo, for your comments today. With that, we're going to close our board and look to our readout from closed session by County Council.
Yes, thank you, Chair Adams. We are going to adjourn to closed session because we need to finish up, but I can state now that there will be no reportable items from today's closed session.
Thank you. So as we adjourn, we're going to adjourn in memory of several people today: LG Belizio, Tiffany Curley, Sylvia Puga Camacho Huerta, and Gary Edwards. And I think we have board members who are prepared to speak.
Yeah, I'll speak first on LG Belizio. My wife said it was a good thing to have someone as old as I am on the board who remembers some of these people that haven't been around for a while in active public service. But I knew LG for 50 years, but I never knew he was born in Los Banos and was on his own at age 15, and then went in the service and had a distinguished career. He went in the service in 1943, and he retired in 1985 as a U.S. Navy pilot holding the rank of captain after serving a total of 7 years in active duty. And then he went, and he was a World War II carrier base dive bomber, a pilot. And I never knew he had a military career before he came here. Then he went to school and got a degree from Cal Berkeley, and then came here and was a teacher with the Salinas Union School District for 39 years, a physical education teacher, coach, coordinator, alcohol and drug program, and all kinds of other things. And he was a baseball, track and field, wrestling. He also was officiated high school and NCAA football and basketball for over 36 years. And when the youth drug scene began to unfold in 1967, 68, he was placed on special assignment by the school district, and they developed a comprehensive alcohol and drug treatment program. He worked with, I remember Judge Leach at that time in 1969, after working with the youth scene for several years. He brought a bunch of us together, and he started Sunrise House, a youth and family crisis center that was founded in 1970. He served as the executive director until his retirement after that. And I got to say, that kind of showed what he did there as a kind of a model of what I ended up doing at Rancho Cielo. He was awarded the drug program and honored by President Reagan in 1988. He served as the athletic commissioner for 23 years in high school, making up the Monterey Bay Michigan thing. You just always knew him as a commissioner. He received all kinds of awards, humanitarian awards, Citizen of the Year, Treatment of the Year, as I mentioned, President Award, National High School Athletic Coaches, inducted to Salinas Valley Sports Hall of Fame. He was truly an amazing man. The last couple of times I saw him, it was up at Rancho Cielo. He used to like to come up there at dinner. Sometimes he just there by himself. We'd have a drink of wine together. He was truly a great, remarkable man. So,
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips, for those kind remarks. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, we're also adjourning today in honor of Tiffany Curley, also a member of the Navy. Unfortunately, her life was tragically cut short at just the age of 27. Tiffany grew up on the peninsula, but graduated from Soledad High School and was stationed out in Lemoore. When she graduated at 17, she kicked off her degree right away after simultaneously getting her associate's degree while at Lemoore. She was a lover of fashion, riding quads, snowboarding in Tahoe, hiking, wakeboarding, collecting giraffes, reading books, eating avocados, and French pastries. The family asks that when you think of Tiffany, celebrate the good memories you have of her. Do not let the loss of her life be in vain. Remember that life is fragile and short and should be lived to the fullest, because that's the way Tiffany did it. She leaves behind her loving parents, Michael and Kat Curley, her cats, Rasta, Jordy, and Mimi of Soledad, California. We just pray for her family in this difficult time. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to share a few words.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Lopez. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
I have.
Supervisor.
Go ahead. I have one other, but.
Okay, Supervisor Alejo. Any comments?
I could go after Supervisor Phillips.
Okay. Yeah, I asked that we remember Gary Edwards. He passed away at age 78. Gary moved to Salinas as a teenager and played on the football team. And I saw him play what we used to call the Bacon Bowl when the sheriff's department would play the police department. And he was a great football player. He attended the academy, started working for Greenfield PD, and then became a Salinas member of Salinas Department in 1968. In 75, he became a detective, and he served on that department until his retirement with almost 30 years of active duty. Even then, he went on to continue to work in the department doing background investigations and special assignments. He was the friendliest cop you'll ever seen. Tough, but a friendly cop. He would arrest a guy and have the guy laughing on the way to to jail. He volunteered at the Salinas International Air Show, California Rodeo, Salinas School of Dance, Salinas Veterans Parade, along with a lot of others. He was known for the life of the party and for his charismatic spirit, infectious laugh, warm hugs, gracious and giving heart. He was a partner with the mayor and Joe Gunner. It was always either Gunner and Edwards or Annie and Edwards. I used to kid the mayor that he could sit around and get his nails done because Gary Edwards would, ex-football player, would chase down the crook and capture him and have the guy in handcuffs and laughing by the time Joe ever got there. He was notorious for being at the King's Den. And Monica, that used to work for me, she knew him well. They used to things, and Jennifer in my office knew him well. And I think they will accompany this Friday at his service that the family is having. Kurt has invited us. So he was a great cop, great man. And I tell you, the type of cops that they were. I was with them one time after they served a search warrant, and the chief of police dropped me off where they were, and they found all kinds of stuff. And there were 3 kids in the house, and so we called social services and there, and finally they said to me, "Well, John, take the kids out in the backyard." And I said, finally said, "Why?" They said, looked at me like, "We don't want to take the parents out in handcuffs in front of the kids," and that was the type of cops. They look at the big picture rather than the other ones. And that was the cops that I had, Gary, that I had an opportunity to work with for a lot of years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. It was lovely. Supervisor Alejo?
Yes, Madam Chair, I was going to ask our clerk if she could put up the photo of Mrs. Senora Silvia Huerta. This photo is a photo of her, Cesar Chavez, and her husband here in Salinas. This is going back to many decades ago during the grape boycott, but it just exemplifies her deep history to farm worker activism. Our community here in Salinas, on the east side especially, lost one of our greatest farm worker leaders here in the Salinas Valley. And today we approved unanimously a resolution in honoring her work. It is not often that we get to see a farm worker leader of our county being recognized, but at the minimum, for her family and for her children and grandchildren and her friends, we could approve a resolution, not forgetting her many decades of contributions to workers, immigrants, the Latino community, and to all our residents here. So this resolution that we approved today just recognized and honored and celebrated the life of Senora Silvia Huerta. That's just a word of respect you put before somebody's name in Spanish. And it's for her lifelong dedication to social justice and activism in the county of Monterey. She was born on May 22nd, 1944 in Acámbaro, Guanajuato, Mexico, and passed away at her home there on July 23rd, 2022. Ms. Silvia Huerta had moved to Salinas in 1970, where she had worked as a farm worker, harvesting broccoli, celery, and lettuce for 25 years. She participated in countless community marches and meetings fighting for equality and justice for all. She marched alongside one of history's greatest Mexican-American labor and civil rights leaders, Cesar Chavez, to improve working and living conditions for farm workers and their families across California. She joined the farm worker movement to improve basic human rights and worked tirelessly to close the economic marginalization gap for underserved communities. She contributed her time, energy, passion, and motivation to help the underrepresented in the Salinas Valley. She would often travel to Sacramento to support legislation and would uplift and empower farm workers, immigrants, and their families. She's survived by her husband, Agapito, her children, Rocio and Francisco, her grandchildren, Amy Huerta Ibanez, Kara Mariette Carranza, Ricardo Huerta, Isaac Uriel Carranza, Miguel Angel Castaneda Jr., and her great-granddaughter, Karani Rose Gonzalez. So today, the Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, recognize and celebrate the life of Senora Silvia Huerta for her lifetime of activism and commitment to social justice, farm workers, immigrants, and the Latino community throughout Monterey County. And I just want to express my condolences. I've always appreciated her support. Even when I was just an early candidate, getting involved in office, one of those who was always there, not only me, but many other Latina elected officials. She was always there and always bringing cases to us of families who had different issues that needed help with. She was always an advocate, always trying to help those who had some issue that needed the attention of elected officials here in Monterey County. So with that, I want to express my love, my sympathy to all her family and friends, and to let everyone know that her work is not forgotten. I'm very grateful that Telemundo did a story on her work and her activism. So I just appreciated the news outlet also recognizing the leaders when they have left us. With that, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. With that, we are going to adjourn back into closed session, and we will adjourn from closed session with no reportable action. Thank you.